Welcome back to the FIA Karting European Championship 2023, presented by mondokart.com. We're here at the Circuito Internacional Zuera in Spain, the longest and fastest circuit in the calendar. 1.699 kilometers, just a couple of inches off the full mile, and top speeds hitting 160 kilometers an hour. It's a cool and cold start to the day, 12 degrees Celsius, wind speed at about 5 kilometers an hour for the moment. There is a few clouds in the air. We could have a very interesting and intriguing day at the office to finish off the first weekend of the gearbox season in FIA Karting. It's been a tough one over the course of the previous races. We've had 3 qualifying heats in the KZ category, and in KZ2, 15 races. And now we've got the spectacle of the 2 superheats in KZ2, the final superheat in KZ, before our 2 races this afternoon, which will kickstart the battle for the European Championship. It's only 2 weekends, so you cannot afford to make a single mistake. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me Guillaume Alvarez, and after the last couple of days of action, it's still a little bit unpredictable as to who's going to do what in the finals today.
It is very much. Buenos dias a todos. Good morning. Welcome to Zuera. If you were with us yesterday, the fantastic races that we had, what an hectic show, but this is about the final today. 5 races, 3 superheat, 2 finals, and yeah, it's very hard to put your money on one specific name in both classes. We're going to start with the KZ2, split into 2 races, Superheat A and B, and we're just discussing before going live about which driver has the most chances to succeed in the end, as we're going to have to start for the afternoon to have the full grid for the finals. And as you said, very hard. First, later, the young British driver will be starting from pole position for the first race this morning. Daniel Vasile is another one, pole sitter for the race that follows. So these are 2, at least on paper, these are 2 of the names that you could think, they have a pretty good chance, but there's a lot of opposition behind.
Yeah, in terms of the team dynamic, Birolart have definitely come out of the blocks fighting fit, and they have, as a whole unit, the best collection of drivers to work their way forward, because you've got Freddie Slater, Daniel Vasile and Christian Bratuka. They're all there at the pace, but there are a few challengers that are really starting to creep in to have a go at it. You've got Alex Powell from Kart Republic in the Prema, and then you've got Mateusz Bergel for the Sodikart CPB Sport team. They've got a good opportunity as well, so it's going to be a really interesting and intriguing battle to see who is going to get the best of it. Here is the schedule for the day. Superheat A will get underway in about 2 minutes' time, and then we'll have Superheat B 25 minutes after that, then the KZ Superheat itself at 11:50. Then there's going to be a pause in proceedings of about an hour and a half before our drivers' parade and presentations for the start of the finals. The KZ2 race at 2 o'clock. The podium will come 25 minutes after that. It is quick and furious in the world of KZ karting. And then, of course, we'll have the main event itself, the Premier category. Formula One without the money, they call it. And it's going to be a very intriguing challenge as we get ourselves up ready for the start of the KZ final later this afternoon. And boy, oh boy, is that going to be a tough race. In the KZ qualifying heats, we've had 3 different winners from the 3 races in 3 different chassis. We'll pick that story up again in time for the Superheat. But for now, though, it is Superheat A in the KZ2. And 2 hopeful Grand Prix prospects of the future alongside each other on the front row of the starting grid. For Great Britain, Freddie Slater of the Birolart factory team, and this man, the Jamaican sensation they call him, Alex Powell, part of the Mercedes F1 Junior Driver Program. What an opportunity for both men to storm to victory in their first ever FIA Karting KZ2 event.
That's something that we like to see in a new class. Fresh faces, newcomers with teeth really down to the floor, ready to shake the order. And that's what we've been seeing ever since the start of the weekend, with the Kart Republic Prema colors playing a part at the front, with Freddie Slater wearing the Birolart colors, Alex Powell, Kid Nakamura, some of the fresh names that you've seen competing in the past few seasons in direct drive. Freddie Slater on your picture is going to be starting from pole position, and there's been a swap of places. This is allowed in the regulation. The pole sitter can decide to start either from the inside or outside of the line based on previous performance, based on previous starting procedure. Talking about the start, certainly one of the hardest part to manage for any newcomer in the gearbox categories, but Freddie Slater has been fantastically good at that ever since we got going here in Zuera. Every race he was able to nail that starting procedure with the gear shifting, something that the other newcomers like Powell and Kid Nakamura, Thomas Torchemanis as well, that we're going to see later on, have a little bit more struggled to do. KZ2 Superheat A, the first of 5 races on schedule. Here we go for the warm-up lap. 1.7 kilometers. This is the longest track in this year's FIA Karting calendar. Certainly the longest karting track in the world. more than 12 corners, 1.7 kilometer. Here's the grid in full.
There are 72 drivers left. We've got to whittle them down to just 36. Freddie Slater and Alex Powell on the front row of the grid. Matteo Spergel and Kia Nakamura-Berto on the second row. Daniel Mathia and Jorge Pescador on the third, from Samuele Leopardi and Robert Kinderwarter. Then Maxi Paul and Adrian Mariero, Valentino Fritsch and Matthias Morgato. Thomas Imborg and Andrea Dale from Samuel Yates, Yannick Julius Bernhardt, Norton Andreasen and Maxim Orlov.
Row number 10, we'll see Quentin Rousseau and Giorgio Carrara alongside each other, followed by Kao Pasevich, Yevan David, Vicente Marquez, Oscar P, Lorenzo Giannoni, Tim Gerards, Tim Locati, Alessio Lamartina, Chris Hannon, Patrick Janssen, Fabrizio Rosati, Alessandro Zucco, Andrea Bozetto, Federico Diana, J. Cole, and Simon Billman. 36 drivers. We had 88 at the start of the weekend on Friday, for a total drivers of 120 in Zuera. 88 at the start of qualifying, only 72 left, split into two grids of 36, and 36 will be the number for the final race, the races of all races, the final, and only 3 drivers in the end will step on the podium.
And of course, the points that the drivers score in Superheats are going to be added to the points that they have taken from their final intermediate classification across the 5 races they had over the course of Friday and Saturday in the qualifying heats. As it stands at the moment, Freddie Slater is the favourite to score pole position for the final with 232 points. Daniel Vasile, who will start pole position for the second Superheat, he is on 229. Alex Powell has 208, Jean Noblo has 207, Thomas Stochamanis has 196, and Kian Nakamura-Berta does too. So it's very, very tight at the top of the points tallies, and there are still so many drivers that are going to try and push their way to the pole position spot. From 3rd position down to 10th, Alex Powell on 208, all the way down to Alessio Piccini in 10th on 194. All sorts of things could change in terms of the starting grid positions for the final. And of course, there are only 2 weekends in the European Championship for KZ and KZ2. You do not get any second chances at all.
This is highly unpredictable, and any wrong result into the opening run can put yourself and your championship contentions in jeopardy. But as for now, Freddie Slater and Daniel Vasile have won 2 of the qualifying races. They had 5 in total in this class. 3 wins for Alex Powell, as he will be starting alongside Nigel Edwards, our race director in the FIA Karting competition. Both eyes open onto the grid. He will be the man who will unleash the beast in just a few seconds.
So as the competitors line up on the starting grid, it is standing start, of course, in the gearbox categories, one of the most spectacular sights in motorsport. These competitors just a couple of millimeters off the ground, the power-to-weight ratio of Formula 2 racing, and 0 to 60 kilometers an hour in the same time of the Bugatti Chiron sports car. Absolutely unbelievable. These guys are absolute warriors, and to get this far at all is a massive achievement. 12 laps, just about 20.3 kilometers of racing. It is going to be a very tough battle ahead, as now the competitors are ready to go racing for the first time today in Superheat A. The lights come on, and when we go out, we'll be racing for the first time today. We're off and away. Perfect start from Freddie Slater. Not a bad one from Alex Powell, but he'll be on the inside line, and they're going to be side by side. Slater holds on round the outside. Alex Powell's going to slot into 2nd position as they work their way through. Round the outside of Powell. That's the fast starting Daniel Mathia. Is he going to get through in a second? We've got one car stopped out on the main straight.
312.
That is the 312 of Tim Gerhardt. The Sony car finally gets going, but there's been an off in the background as well. Dust kicked up. Mathia in a second past Powell. Matteo Spergel trying to hang on to it, and Freddie Slater nearly ran wide and lost the lead to Mathia.
Yeah, fantastic start from Danny Mathia, the driver from DPK Racing. On Omsol, watch out for the move for 3rd place, as Nakamura-Berta's going to have to defend against Powell. Oh, the contact with Powell! And it was one of the CPBs going almost off, I think it was. That was a scary moment indeed, but Alex Powell managed to stay on the track.
It was Matteo Spergel.
Indeed.
Spergel went up over the back of Alex Powell, and Powell lost ground, so did Spergel. So Powell now falls back behind Kia Nakamura-Berta, and as they come off the turn, Slater is having to defend from Mathia. Mathia's on an absolute breakaway down the main straight. He's trying to convince Mathia, come on, go with me, don't overtake me. They go flat out through turn 1, and Nakamura-Berta's on the warpath. Here goes Mathia into the lead. Daniel Mathia on home soil here in Zuera has taken the lead from Slater, and now Nakamura-Berta trying to break through into 2nd place. That's not going to happen just yet, but everybody has been completely hoodwinked by the Spanish star, Daniel Mathia.
Yeah, brilliant performance on home soil in front of the fans of DPK Racing, last year's world champion in the OK class. Not many drivers here for the opening round of the European Championship, but Dani Masia, one of the wild cards, not competing in the entire championship, has been absolutely fantastic. As for the back, the battles keep on going. Giorgio Pescado, Matteo Spiegel, Robert Kindevater trying to put himself on the right line into lap number 2 out of 12. Masia trying to get away as fast as possible from Freddie Slater. Nakamura in third. Powell managed to stay in P4 despite his touch with Matteo Spiegel, who lost a bit of momentum in the process, but still very much in the race, the Frenchman from CPB Sodicart. That was a hectic opening lap as we had the 369 on the corner of our viewing back in the pit lane.
Warning flag for Matteo Spiegel for remounting Alex Powell as Simon Billman has retired from the race, and I think we had a move from Kia Nakamura. I think he was having a look at Freddie Slater on the inside line. Simon Billman is not happy at all, and that's pretty much game over for him. And Nakamura is in second. He did get past Freddie Slater. So Slater is now having to defend from the men behind him. Alex Powell and Jorge Pescador. Slater down to third. Nakamura into second. And Daniel Mathia leads the way. Alex Powell now trying to take on Freddie Slater, who defends valiantly to the inside line. Now Pescador is going to go wheel to wheel with Powell. He bails out of it. So Slater third. Powell fourth. Pescador in fifth position. Matteo Spiegel with a warning flag down in sixth position. But look at Nakamura. He is absolutely eating up the road to Daniel Matthew in the lead. It is not going to be long at all before he makes his bid to come through. They come off the final turn and onto the main straight, and Nakamura is going to be absolutely on it. Alex Powell's going for Slater in the same breath. So Slater's going to drop to fourth and down to fifth. Pescador gets through as well. So Powell is third, Pescador is fourth, and up to fifth comes Matteo Spiegel. Past Freddie Slater, and also getting through, that's Kindevater, as Nakamura takes the lead in front of Daniel Matthew. It's all kicking off in Zuera.
Yeah, what a start of the Superheat A in the KZ2 class, but a horrific start of the race for Freddie Slater, who's dropping position after position. P7 into lap number 4, as Kia Nakamura is in the lead. Dani Masia now, his mission is to try to shake the order, swap positions with the young British-Japanese driver. But Dani Masia has been superb all throughout the weekend, putting on the gap and putting on the speed through the qualifying races. But we did talk about in a couple of times about the progress and the speed of the Car Republic machines of both Powell and Nakamura. Sometimes struggling a bit with the starting procedures, as Lorenzo Giannoni unfortunately has to retire from this race. The young Italian, that's quite something that we don't like to see. One of the drivers from the Danilo Racing team out of this race, but Nakamura has been putting on the power and has been progressing through the laps. That what enabled him to get past Dani Masia, who's losing a bit of momentum as a result. Now is the crucial moment for Nakamura. He's had the power all throughout the weekend, and now is the time for him to build the gap.
Now, if you are Freddie Slater down in 7th place, don't panic. You've still got the opportunity to get pole position. As it stands at the moment, with Nakamura in the lead and Powell in third, Freddie Slater would still be pole position on 277, Powell on 271, Nakamura on 271. So it's not panic stations for Freddie Slater at all yet. 7th position is not a bad position to start building himself back into this race again. He can still get back into the top 5, and that will still pick him up a couple more points. He doesn't have to panic. Just because he's fallen back to 7th place, this is not game over for pole position for the final at all. He's still very much in the hunt, and he's going after Robert Kindevater to put himself back on the horse and go after the guys in front. As they fly through, look how quick they go past our line. At the line, they are doing 145, 146 kilometers an hour plus as they work their magic through. So Kia Nakamura out in first position. To be fair to him, he needs this a lot more than Freddie Slater does, and he is going to get just 6 points behind his British rival if he continues to hold on to this. And Matthew in there in second position. That's not going to be a bad jump up for him as well. He'll go up to 264, but even if Matthew were to win this race, if Slater is down in 7th, he'll still hold pole position. So Freddie cannot afford to panic here, down outside the top 5. He just needs to keep those tyres afloat for 7 more laps.
Yeah, most of the drivers put on a new set of tyres, 1.5 from qualifying to the Superheat, and a brand new set for the finals. But depending on the strategies, we've seen different rhythms in the last qualifying races, depending on performance. But as you said, Freddie Slater is going to have to play it smart on that one. He has still 6 points in the lead on Alex Powell. The more positions you lose in the ranking, the less points you get into the bag. But as for now, 6th place, 6 points might be and will be enough if nothing changes for Freddie Slater. Thomas Imbourg is further back behind in P8, so quite a bit of a gap and a bit of fresh air. 1.7 seconds for Freddie Slater, as Maximilian Paul, Valentino Frisch are battling along at the edge of the top 10. But look at another battle going on as well. with Danny Massia and Alex Powell now. Danny Massia, we thought for a moment, was going to be able to build himself a gap in front of Nakamura. This is the other way around. Unfortunately, 1.1 second in the course of the last 2 laps. Nakamura has been absolutely impeccable ever since the start of the race. Didn't put a foot wrong on this track, and as we saw previously into the qualifying races, the speed of those machines from Car Republic has been absolutely amazing and allowing the drivers to really get onto the throttle at all time. Here's a replay of the starting procedure as well, the opening lap. Nakamura Berta on the inside of Freddie Slater. That was the start of his recovery from the young Japanese driver. Here's the second move on the inside. Nothing to say here, was clean and proper from Nakamura, getting ahead of Danny Massia. And watch out for the move. This is further back. This is actually Alex Powell defending against Jorge Pescador. We thought there was going to be a switch, but Pescador from the Calicat goes around the inside of turn number 5. Beautifully made by Pescador. And not a good use at all for Alex Powell, who certainly wanted to get past Danny Massia for second, but now is dropping momentum as Maxim Horlov has picked up a warning flag, and we have one driver missing.
That's Gerhards, Tim Gerhards, who obviously had the problem at the start anyway, so he's out of the race now. But how tough is this going to be now for Alex Powell to try and pick himself back in a second position with Mathia and Pescador, the Spanish superstars, now in front of him in second and third. This is where local knowledge of the circuit really comes into the fore. And Dan Mathia and Jorge Pescador know this place better than anybody else in the top 5 because they've got way more experience on this circuit. But Alex Powell still pushing hard to try and get one over again on the Cali card in front. He can't afford to rush this. As long as he looks after the tyres, keeps it nice and tidy for the next couple of laps, he'll get another chance. Pescador diving in on the inside of Mathia. Mathia chops across. You're not getting through there, Sunshine. Nakamura Berta extending the gap to 1.7. He's pretty much got this race sewn up, and he needed to get points back. So it's not a big problem for the other drivers around him. Certainly for Nakamura Berta, it starts his weekend back again. But Pescador trying to go for Mathia as Tim Liccardi now picks up a warning flag. And Alex Powell trying to get better purchase off the throttle out of the slower apexes.
Whatever happens, it is important and crucial for Danny Massia to keep both Pescador and Powell behind him, because in terms of points, that means that Danny Massia is likely to start on the front row of one of the final on the front row of the final this afternoon. It remains to be decided after the second superheat, but in terms of classification as it stands, is looking pretty good for Danny Massia. All he needs to do is to stay ahead as the warning flag is being showed to the 374.
That's Tim Liccardi. We obviously saw that flag come out. Pescador
watch out,
sliding around. Look at Mathia. He's parking the bus on the inside line. No way that anybody's going to get the overtake into turn 4. So Pescador's going to get a faster run off the corner. But Pescador's in a really tricky situation here. He's got to play offense and defense simultaneously. This is not going to be easy for him to hold on to. Powell looking very strong. Pescador gets a good run off of turn 6. Can he slide it in? No, he can't. Over the inside, there's no chance to get through. Meanwhile, further back, you've got Spergel, Kinderwarter and Slater having a very tough race of it. In fact, Slater's actually backed off, and he's there in 7th position, just keeping it nice and tidy. He doesn't have to push too hard. He knows from his position that even if he finishes in 7th place, he won't lose too many points. But look, Powell's getting impatient on Pescador. Pescador's getting impatient on Mathia. And here comes Spergel and Kinderwarter. If Freddie Slater sits in 7th place, something could kick off here. 2 laps to go. Mathia defends. Pescador slides in behind. Alex Powell trying to cut through on the inside line as well. Matteo Spergel and Robert Kinderwarter going along for the ride. Mathia holding the inside line as if his life depended on it, and Freddie Slater has now caught them up. Here we go. Pescador round the outside of Mathia. Can't get there. Powell and Spergel are held up, and Freddie Slater has cut his way into 6th position just in the nature of it. Robert Kinderwarter holding station. Powell is down to 5th behind Spergel as well.
Yeah, good opportunity missed, unfortunately, but Slater has been the victim out of it. As watch out for Pescador, is still trying on Danny Massia, struggling like never before. The Spanish driver, you could see the exit, and Pescador gesturing to Danny Massia, keep on going because I might need to overtake you, but as I don't want to be eaten alive further back by Thomas Imbourg as well as Matteo Spergel. Spergel is the one coming back very, very strong. Watch out for Slater further back. This is a beautiful wagon of up to 6 drivers, but who will end up on top?
Yeah, Pescador shaking his fist furiously at Dan Mathia. What are you doing? Stop defending. Here he goes on the inside line. Mathia defends again, and here comes Spergel and Powell. They're surely going to take on Pescador as Mathia nearly loses the card altogether. Pescador holds it. Round the outside comes Robert Kinderwarter trying to cut back through. And look, Imbourg and Morgato have caught up in all of this. Powell's still trying to hold the inside line. inside. Slater going wheel to wheel with Robert Kindervarter. And Imborg and Morgato waiting for their moment. Powell holds the inside line. He comes back on the inside and nearly loses out to Robert Kindervarter. Slater back down to 7th. Imborg has lost out to Matthias Morgato. And as they cut down the straight, Dan Mathia is hanging on for dear life here, but he looks like he's done enough to defend and hold on to second position. Look how far away Kia Nakamura-Berta's gone. 5.5 seconds he's checked out as a result of the defensive tactics of Dan Mathia, but it's going to be the checkered flag for Kia Nakamura-Berta up front. He will take the Superheat at an absolute canter. No worries at all for him. That's reignited his weekend. Second position will be Dan Mathia and Jorge Pescador. The Spanish drivers hang on a second and third, but not for the want of the frustration from Jorge Pescador. He is not happy with Dan Mathia's tactics at all.
I'm sure Kia Nakamura-Berta wish it was the final of the afternoon. It's just the Superheat A. What a performance from the young British-Japanese driver. Good defensive driving is part of the deal, part of the business to go defensive. If you're struggling, Danny Masia just did that brilliantly, and he was right to shut that door in turn number 1. That's what actually cost a lot of momentum to Giorgio Pescador, and he came very close to be overtaken by both Spergel and Powell. Didn't happen. Had to defend himself on the last lap. It was a close call. As you said, he won't be very much happy about it, even though he's been kind of struggling, even though building the pace race after race. Giorgio Pescador, with his experience and with the Quali-Kart machine, but he's going to have to make do with third place. And for Danny Masia, as said, it was the front row. This will be second row of the final grid if nothing moves as it stands. He just made a position up into P3. Behind both Slater and Kia Nakamura-Berta, split by 6 points as it stands.
But of course, we still have the second Superheat to come. Kia Nakamura-Berta takes the win in this one from Dan Mathia and Jorge Pescador. Matthias Spergel ahead of Alex Powell. Robert Kindervarter and Freddie Slater from Thomas Imborg and Matthias Morgato. Then Maxi Paul, Adrian Maliero, Valentino Fritsch and Karel Pazovic in front of Yannick Julius Bernhardt and Jovan David. And then Norton Andreasen in front of Sam Luyer, Andrea Dale. And then it is Tim Locati and Max Orlov. Chris Hanen and Oscar P. from Patrick Janssen. And then it is Giorgio Carrara and Vicente Marquez. And then Fabrizio Rosati from J. Cool, Alessio Lamartina, Samuele Leopardi, Andrea Rosetto, and then Corentin Russo, Federico Diana, and Alessandro Zucco. The driver that really lost out in that heat, though, was Samuele Leopardi. Dropped 22 positions at this point of the weekend. That is disastrous.
Yeah, disastrous indeed, and quite an unfortunate turn of event for him. 22 positions, Samuele Leopardi down in 29. As we're gonna wait for Jim Marshall's and the team of the Circuito Internacional Zuera to pick up some of the drivers.
That's happened post-flag, you know. That's the 315. That's happened after the flag. That's Giorgio Carrara.
Interesting.
So here's the replay of the start. We saw a couple of drivers going off the road there, trying to take avoiding action of Tim Gerhardt. Powell so nearly got Freddie Slater on the start, but Slater was absolutely determined. He wasn't going to let the Jamaican go through. Let's look at it again. Look at the background. And you can see Gerhardt's not moving, and a couple of drivers desperately trying to avoid him. Unfortunately, Alessio Lamartina was the one who really didn't have anywhere to go at all. And Tim Gerhardt's had to get out and push his kart in order to get it moving.
Here's another move coming into turn number 7. Some of the struggles as well. Kia Nakamura-Berta.
Here's what look what happened with Spergel.
Oh,
look,
yeah,
he mounts the back of Alex Powell, and that's what let Kia Nakamura-Berta through.
Yes, indeed, that was the trouble, but fortunately for Powell, he was able to manage himself in P4. There was battles all over the place into this field, as you could see Masia taking the lead with Nakamura-Berta very close on him. This was the first attempt from the British-Japanese driver to take the lead, but the second one going through was for P2, beautifully made. Here's the battle for the lead. Giorgio Pescador trying to fight and get ahead of Danny Masia. That was in the later stages of this race. That was the moment where Pescador lost so much momentum as he couldn't make it through. We could see another beautiful shot from behind on the way to turn number 1. Top speeds of the track. On the inside, there was no place to go. Masia shut the door, but there was no opposition at all for this young man, Kia Nakamura-Berta, who took the win with more than 5 seconds on the grid. As you can see, some of the unfortunate drivers who had to retire from this race being picked up and taken back in safety to the Parc Fermé.
Yeah, that's Giorgio Carrara, who actually crossed the line to finish the race in 24th position. So something's happened to him after the checkered flag, which is very unfortunate and also very unusual. But certainly Giorgio Carrara not able to go any further back to the pits after taking the finish line. So a very unusual situation for the Argentine. We are now going to get ourselves into the battle now for the KZ2 Superheat B. We heard from Freddie Slater earlier in the weekend. Last night, having pitched himself into pole position for Superheat B, Guillaume was able to catch up with the Romanian, who is on pole position today, Daniel Vasile.
Daniel, good to see you, first of all. Second victory for you in the qualifying races. How was it out there against Freddie Slater in the end?
Yeah, really, it was an amazing race from our side, really, because the thing was like to get really fast in the front and then managing the tires. So let's say we went hand to hand about that, and in the last laps, just managing the tires, not making a fight for nothing, really. So yeah, I really think big thanks to him for that, and big thanks to the team. Amazing race.
Yeah, we could really feel that it was about a team effort in the end, because as a result, you guys are 1 and 2 in the classification as it stands, and you will be on pole position for tomorrow's Superheat. So that gives you certainly a strong advantage to think about tomorrow's result.
Yeah, the thing was to get pole on both of the Superheats, and to have the better tires. So managing, and we're going to see tomorrow how it's going to be.
Yeah, mission accomplished so far, yet still a big part of the job. The most important is yet to come. So tomorrow you're feeling confident, even though the level has been high in the KZ2 class so far, don't you think?
The level has been like really high, but after all, it's especially in KZ2, it's a thing about doing as less mistakes as possible. So I think I managed that till now. So yeah, we'll see tomorrow.
Last one, and then you can go. This has been interesting weather so far. Sunny, but very windy as well onto the track. How much can you feel that as a driver once you're into it?
As a driver, I feel it pretty much. It's really a big difference when doing a lap alone or doing a lap behind somebody with the slipstream. So yeah, I really don't like these conditions. It makes it, especially the fourth corner when you go like full throttle, it's a little bit tricky. But yeah, for now, I think we managed that. So we'll see tomorrow.
Fantastic, good words. Thank you very much for talking to us, Daniel Vasile.
So there is your man, the Romanian, Daniel Vasile, for the Buildup factory team. He's been very consistent over the course of this weekend, very fast too. And his experience in KZ2 is what is going to bring him to the top spot. We have yet to see a Romanian driver stand on the top step of a podium in a final in FIA Karting. He's taken heat wins before, has Daniel Vasile, but he's never been on the top spot of the podium before. And he is one of the favourites coming into this year. Don't forget, he's had his incredible displays in the past as Daniel Vasile. He was obviously one of the key drivers last year when he was part of the Danilo Rossi fold. And he has been very competitive, incredibly consistent over the years as well. But moving up into the world of Buildup, he has a great shot in 2023. He had a lot of bad luck last year because he had not really scored the amount of points that he deserved to over the course of last year. But certainly in terms of his Friday and Saturday prowess, he is one of the fastest drivers in this class. So if you consider that he was there in the top 10 in the championship last year, 9th in the European Championship last year, and there's quite a few competitors that have either moved on to other things, such as Tom Loyer and David Trevelov. There's other drivers, such as Marcus Kayak, Christian Bertucca, and Alessio Piccini, that he's trying to prove he's quicker than in 2023.
Yeah, it's good to see Daniel Vasile performing at such a level. He took 2 wins yesterday in the run of qualifying races. That was enough to put him up front for the Superheat B. But Jean Nomblot, the Frenchman, will be by his side. Jean Nomblot is a man of experience with the CPB Sport Sodicar team. The French team, of course, have been running the French brand on the chassis for quite a while. Sodicar chassis, CPB at the team with Paul Bizalion, the team manager of the squad that we had the pleasure to have in the coach yesterday. Jean Nomblot, this is his 6th season in the gearbox classes, so a lot of experience for Jean Nomblot. Good performances yesterday with 1 win for him, and that put him in contention to do great things on the way to the final. But he's going to have certainly a couple of newcomers, including Thomas Tolseman is behind from row number 2 on the grid. Here it is, the energy Corse driver, Thomas Trorsemanis, who finished last year in 7th place in the European Championship and the World Championship, but it was in the direct drive class. So this is his first season, first appearance in KZ2, and already doing wonders.
Yeah, this is what makes the 2023 KZ2 European Championship so strong, because Tom Loyer dominated last year. He absolutely cleaned up in the final in both Genk and Cremona. So there was no question he was going to be European champion. For everybody else, it was about consistency. And unfortunately, no driver was really able to perform from one weekend to the next in quite the same way. Trefilov had a great Genk, but then Pacini had a fantastic Cremona. So no one driver was able to follow in behind Tom Loyer. So this year, they're all trying to prove that they're the one to do so. Daniel Vasselay and Jean Nomblo on the front row of the grid this time, from Thomas Stolchemanis and Christian Bartuca. Alessio Pacini and Maxime Rem from Brandon Nilsson and Daniel Stell. Matteo Zanchi, Genis Civico, Gavin Loyer and David Lewinsky, then Alex Marigliano, Paavo Tonteri, John Tanko, Michael Papado, Lucas Samalisto and Robin Glerum.
Row number 10, we'll see Markus Kayak and Artem Severyukin. Then we have Vyacheslav Putatin, Tigran Bunatian, Nacho Tunan, Roman Sharapov, Vincent Vanege, Igor Nosov, Alexander Kupenko, Jose Gomez Gutierrez, Alejandro Laos Lopez, Ken Oscar Algray, Christian De Klein, Luigi Di Lorenzo, Milan Badescu, Archie Tillet, Jesper Sjoberg and Giuliano Olzem. 36 of them onto the pre-grid, 36 of them on the track as well. That's good news. Hopefully we have everybody on board for the warm-up lap. The tires up to temperatures, the LeConte tires, part of the FIA Karting competitions for a couple of seasons now, providing the drivers, of course, with 1.5 sets between qualifying and the Superheat and a fresh set of tires for the final. And we've heard only but positive comebacks and reviews about the products of LeConte that introduced this year for the first time a trophy for the pole sitter on Friday. You might have seen that on social media and on FIAKarting.com. The drivers with the fastest lap in qualifying not only had the privilege of starting at the forefront, Alex Powell and Tom Loyer in both classes, but they had a beautiful trophy to take back home.
Yeah, it was very nice for Tom Loyer and Alex Powell to become the first ever recipients of that award. So they'll obviously have another one to award from LeConte at the second round of the championship, which takes place later this year in Sarno at the foot of Mount Vesuvius, which is a proper gearbox track. I can remember back to 2019, the last time that the European Championship concluded in Sarno.
That final.
We still talk about that final as the craziest final in the history of the KZ European Championships. I genuinely don't know how many times the lead changed over the course of that race weekend, but certainly in the final, the lead changed 3 times in 3 laps at the start. We lost the 2 title contenders in the first corner, and then we lost the next 2 title contenders a lap later when Alexei Orlando and Simo Bahaka took each other out in much the same way that sadly Anthony Abbas and Matteo Vigano did on the previous lap.
I was going to say, this is certainly a race that both Vigano and Abbas certainly haven't watched back that many times. Certainly something, a memory that I'd like to very much forget. But
and here we are reminding them.
Yes,
sorry, boys.
Apologies about that.
Sorry. So Daniel Vasselay versus Jean Nomblo, the Romanian versus the Frenchman. 2 drivers who have good experience in KZ2, but as far as they're concerned for 2023, enough is enough. They need to step forward and showcase to the world that they are world class. They are ready to step into a KZ factory drive. That's what a lot of these drivers are chasing in KZ2 once they've been at this for 2 or 3 seasons. They know that maybe the switch to cars may not be possible, but they want to step into the senior team in KZ. That's where the Formula One drivers without the money progress to the top of the sport. There's Nigel Edwards, FIA Karting race director in the gearbox paddock. The drivers are getting ready. The lights are going on. They're going out. Perfect start from Jean Nomblo. That's exactly what he needed to get up to the first corner first, as everybody else launches forward. A fairly clean start behind. Not a bad run from Vasselay, but he's obviously got the Sodi kart in front of him to try and take on. And he's also got pressure from the fast starting Christian Bartuca, who's managed to get himself into 3rd position already. A good start from the Italian as they come off of turn 4, as everybody made it through. It's a very tight one, but the Birolat trio of Vasselay, Bartuca and Pacini are now giving chase to the CBB Sport of the Frenchman, Jean Nomblo.
Yeah, the red army against the orange one, as there's going to be a 12-lap battle. Everybody on board into the opening one. This is good to see, unlike what we had in the qualifying races of yesterday, where it was quite tricky to get the racing line into the opening lap. But you can feel the pressure, of course, and the precision of a superheat as Daniel Vasile is going to try to fight back against Jean Nomblot. Perfect start for the Frenchman. We talked about his experience from the outside of the front row. He was able to have a proper getaway and already pulling away just a tiny bit, a couple of meters, not that much, as they make their way into turn number 1. Top speed with the toes, approaching 160 km/h. Impressive performances as 2 tenths won't make it. Of course, Jean Nomblot is going to have to push much more than that in front of Vasile Bertucca. Storseman is taking P4 in front of Piscini. Brandon Nilsson follows in P6. Then we have Daniel Stel, Civico Espona, Zanchi, and Maragliano dropping a little bit into contention. Maragliano, who actually gained positions, my apologies, from P13 to 10. He was very performant yesterday, Alex Maragliano, one of the Spanish drivers. Oh, there's a move.
There's the move for the lead. Daniel Vasile has got through past Jean Nomblot in hairpin turn number 7. A great run from Vasile. That was exactly what he needed to do. He gets the run on Jean Nomblot, dives in, heads into the lead of the race. Excellently done. And now there's going to be pressure as well from Cristian Bertucca as Thomas Stolchemanis has now got through on Pacini. Nilsson is there in 6th position. He was the 3rd fastest driver in the warm-up this morning. So Civico, Stel, Maragliano and Zanchi are trying to change their fortunes in this race as they try and step up the attack. But certainly for Daniel Vasile, the Romanian, he is getting one step closer to pole position for the final. If he manages to win this race, he will overtake Freddie Slater and he will get through into pole position with 304 points out of the possible 315 that were available to the drivers coming in. So Daniel Vasile is so close to getting this done. 325, I should say, rather than 315. Now on the inside, Bertucca, he dives in. He takes the place away from Jean Nomblot now.
Yeah, no time to panic yet for Jean Nomblot. All he needs to do is to keep on pushing, stay within the shadow of Cristian Bertucca. But in the meantime, of course, the Italian's going to play the team game as well, because Daniel Vasile has been able to put himself a bit of a gap. Half of a second now for Daniel Vasile. As you said, on points, he could be starting for pole position if nothing moves, if he's going to be able to hold it together until the checkered flag.
Right, let's have a look at the start. There were a couple of moments in the back of the grid that we want to take a look at. So we're going to look again back at the start of Superheat B. There's a yellow flag. Yellow flag up at turn 2 as well. So it looks like we've had somebody come off the road there, or some kind of debris. Try and have a look and see. I can't see any karts that have stopped out. So maybe, there we go. So we've got a retirement, I'm afraid. That looks to me like, is that Marcus Kayak?
Yeah, I think it is. Jesper Sjöberg didn't take part of the race, and Marcus Kayak is stepping out. Unfortunately, we're trying to see who that was, but thanks to the prediction, here is his card.
Yeah, so disappointing. The Synergy Rebel from KH Racing out of the race. Marcus Kayak, one of the stars of last year, of course, and switching across onto the Synergy Rebel chassis really hasn't changed his fortunes in 2023. If anything, they've got worse, and I think that's Marcus Kayak's race weekend dead in the water. So, back onto the main straight as we watch to see if Jean Nomblot can get back on terms with Cristian Bertucca. This is perfect for Daniel Vasile, who leads the race here on lap 5. The Romanian looking comfortable. I did still want to take a look at that start, because although it was perfect at the front of the grid, there were a couple of drivers in the back. Let's have a look. There were a couple of drivers having to take avoiding action, as they usually are. Oh, yes. You could see one of the DRs going up in the air just very briefly there. It was just a little bit lackadaisical. And then up towards turn 4, I think we had a couple of drivers having a moment or two on the way through the hairpin. They just about got away with that one. Here's the move from Daniel Vasile, though. This is the move on the inside of Jean Nomblot. That's to take the lead. And, of course, Cristian Bertucca was not far away from him in getting that move up into 2nd place. So it's 1 and 2 for the Birolats, but crucially for the Romanian Daniel Vasile, this is enough to get him into pole position for the final this afternoon.
8 tenths of a second now for Daniel Vasile. He keeps on pushing, not looking over his shoulder. Same for Cristian Bertucca. As 4 tenths of a second now, Jean Nomblot. The trouble continues as Thomas Stolchemanis gets in P3. Beautifully made by the Latvian driver. On the inside, turn number 3, quite an unusual spot as well, but he just made it stick beautifully, and it was the right time, because look who's coming as well. Civico Espona is going to try a similar move onto turn number 5, not quite happening quite. Yes, he goes through!
Nomblot's dropped back. Civico had the and that's the front fairing that's come off there, one of the karts.
The 309 in trouble. This is Michele Paparo, the Italian, who was running in P17 and is going to drop all the way down to the back end of the grid.
And I think he's clattered into the side of Artem Severukin. It's Severukin's front fairing that's gone, and I'm afraid that's going to be a meatball flag, the technical flag for Artem Severukin. His race just ended. And there's another kart in trouble. up at the hairpin. Somebody's just come to a stop. I think that might be Ken Oscar Algra in the Maranello.
3:57 it is.
Oh no, it's Lucas Samalisto. Lucas Samalisto's come off the kart there. That's a big disaster for the Stan Pex Motorsport driver. So Lucas Samalisto going no further. He's not happy with the marshal either. Look, I want to try and get the kart going again. Too late, mate. It's not going to happen. So Lucas Samalisto is out of this race. And again, I fear, out of the weekend too.
Yeah, quite unfortunate, as you can see. And we come back here on track. The pressure is on. Brandon Nilsson and John Oblo. Nilsson actually made his way through the Italian driver, and the horrific story continued for John Oblo. Let's see the replay of another angle to the start, and some of the drivers got tangled.
There are a couple of jump starts if you look at it.
Oh, yes, indeed, at the back end of the grid, especially some drivers who released the brake and went onto the throttle a little bit too soon before the lights went out. As we're back here in the lead, this is Tomas Torsimanis putting Christian Bertucca under pressure. Oh, there's a contact! Oh my God, Tomas Torsimanis is furious about what happened with Bertucca. He was going to go certainly for the move, but Bertucca, and there he goes, trying at least.
Bertucca did it again, and Stolchemanis will be absolutely livid. Come on, man, what are you doing? And now he's got to try and hold it off as Savico tries to come through. Now that is going to be a big argument. Thomas Stolchemanis is going to want to find Christian Bertucca, and he will have to answer for his actions.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go down quite well to the officials, because Bertucca in one of the fastest corners on the track. I don't know what he was doing on the racing line, but it seems he was on a different pace as Stolchemanis went running on the back of him. He was furious about it, went to try to slide on the inside of turn number 1. The door was shut, and then he made it through, but not quite yet actually. But Christian Bertucca is still holding to his position, but Stolchemanis is going to try because he has the pressure of Civico Espona behind. Those three are battling for P2, remember, as Daniel Vasile is out of reach, but Bertucca seems to be struggling.
Here he goes again. That's the move. That's what he's been waiting for. But again, he gets a bit of pressure from Bertucca, and Savico swans past them both. Stolchemanis now going to go wheel to wheel with Savico. Bertucca trying to go with him to get back into third position, but Stolchemanis gets in a second. Savico gets in a third. Now Stolchemanis has to play defense. As round the outside, Nomblo tries to get on Bertucca. No wonder Bertucca was getting defensive. He's trying to salvage something from this. Oh, and off goes Nomblo. Nomblo goes off at the hands of Brandon Nilsson. And that is game over for Jean Nomblo.
Oh, what a disaster for the Frenchman. He was starting on the front row, battling along for a potential top 5. He's getting back into the race. The engine is still on.
This isn't over yet for Jean Nomblo. He will not sacrifice. He will not surrender.
Oh, Nilsson is out.
Nilsson is out. Yeah, Nilsson is out. He's got damage clearly from that incident that he's had with Jean Nomblo. The kart is damaged, and Jean Nomblo has ended up tangling with Brandon Nilsson. Nilsson cannot keep going, so Nilsson's got damage. It was one of those catastrophic moments that wasn't intentional from Brandon Nilsson at all, but the two of them tangled in, and unfortunately Nomblo was pitched around. Nilsson's car was broken, and now up the inside, that's Tugnon trying to get through on Matteo Zanchi, and he did it.
We're going to have to watch that back to see what happened exactly. But in the meantime, Tomas Torsimanis went ahead of Civico Espona with Christian Bertucca looks in place. Watch out for the back for Daniel Stell, who's attacking Paavo Tonterri, the CH driver just in front of him. There's going to be a close call as well, as Nacho Tuna is trying to get close, as well as Alessio Piscini in the belly of the top 10. Zanchi and Newfan as well. Newfan right there in 8 and 9. Gabin Loyer in the top 10 as well. Watch out on the inside of turn number 7. There he goes, Nacho. That's going to be a close call. Yes, he made it through. And Piscini has no way to go but to go after backwards. And there was no place to switch the position back.
Well, it's no wonder that Bertucca is trying desperately to hang on to the top 5. He needs something to salvage a decent start position for the final. Dropping from 2nd to 4th has actually cost him about 7 places, as into the pits to retire is Juliano Holtzem. So Holtzem has brought his Sodi kart into the pits to retire, but Bertucca down in 4th. It's so close in the KZ2 squabble. Let's have a look at what happened. So there is Nomblo, and look, Nilsson's lost the car on the way in. He's actually, the back end's kicked out, and he's gone into the side of Nomblo. That was completely unintentional, but Nilsson had already lost the back end of the car. There was no way he was ever going to save it. This is critical for Bertucca. He's got Paavo Tonterri all over the back of him. This is the first time all weekend we've really seen Paavo Tonterri at his best. He's really struggled to get up there, but now Tonteri, we know that he is the last of the late breakers as well. If he sees a gap, he's going to go for it. Bertucca trying to defend. Tonteri trying to come round the outside. Bertucca's trying to hang on to fourth for dear life. If he was in second, he would have been on the second row of the starting grid for the final. He's down just 2 places, and he's only just going to make the top 10. If Barbara Tonteri and Nacho Tunion get in, then he's in absolute disaster. Bertucca, look, he's parking it.
Doing again.
He's absolutely parking it on Tonteri, and that's held up Nacho Tunion. It's cost him 4 or 5 places. Christian Bertucca is riding the limit of what is allowed in this race.
Yeah, Brandon Nilsson picking up an investigation flag. This is very much logical after sliding into the back of Jean Nomblot.
Oh, big dives as Pacini is battling away there, I think, with Robin Glerum. And they're having a proper squabble. I think that's a couple of positions lost from Gabin Loyer and Alessio Pacini. Pacini down to 9th, Gabin Loyer down to 11th. And again, look at this. You've got Bertucca desperately trying to hold his position. And now Pacini's trying to do the same thing with Tigran Bunatian. Bunatian in the energy course, trying to skate through on Pacini. But out in front, there is only one thing that is certain, and it's the Romanian Daniel Vasile, who is going to take the victory. And not only that, but he will take pole position in the final this afternoon. Daniel Vasile dominates the Superheat, and that is brilliant for the Romanian. Get ready in Bucharest. There might just be an opportunity for your boy Wonder to take the first ever FIA Karting victory in a final for a Romanian.
And certainly a good way to achieve that in the afternoon. Daniel Vasile, winner, 3.8 seconds in front of Thomas Torchemanis, like we had in the race before. Lacomar Alberta finished with 5.6 seconds in front of the rest of the field. A domination once again as the other drivers were battling along for the remaining position. But Thomas Torchemanis was able as well to put himself outside of any trouble, unlike Civico Espona, Bertucca Tonteri as well, and Daniel Stull picking up 6th place in the end. You know, I feared for a moment with what we saw between Bertucca and Torchemanis that the front fairing of the Energy Corset driver was maybe going to be misplaced, but by the look of it, it was absolutely fine. And I think there's nothing to worry about for Torchemanis, who was able to keep on going, but it was a scary moment actually. He really ran into the back of the Italian driver, and as you said, he did it again, parking it on the outside of the last turn to number 12, where the drivers actually kicked the throttle wide open to get the slipstream. So quite a very bizarre succession of events.
In the words of Will Patton in Remember the Titans, there's a fine line between tough and crazy, and Christian Bertucca was flirting with it. Daniel Vasile takes the win from Thomas Torchemanis and Genis Civico. Christian Bertucca and Barbara Tonteri from Daniel Stell. Then it is Matteo Zanchi from Nacho Tunion, who made up 15 places. Alessio Pacini in front of Tigran Bunatian, who made up 12. Very impressive. Gabin Loyer in front of Robin Klerum. 13 places made up for both Igor Nezov and Alexander Gubenko. David Levinsky in 15th in front of Vyacheslav Putyatin. Then John Tanko, Luigi De Lorenzo, who made up 14. Christian de Klein made up 12 places as well. Jose Gomez made up 8. Roman Sharapov made up 3. Alejandro Lahoz made up 7. Maxim Rem plummeted all the way to 23rd. Very unfortunate for the German. Then Vincent Wannegiu in front of Alex Marigliano, who also plummeted all the way to 25th. A disappointment for the Maranello driver. And then Archie Tillett, who made up 8. Michael Papara, who lost 11. Milan de Garatu, who made up 5. And then Jean Nomblot, who finished dead last. There were a lot of retirements in this race. Let's look back over the highlights. And you can see there a couple of drivers jumping the gun a little bit on the throttle. But Jean Nomblot, the perfect start and into the lead. Devastating that he ends up finishing plumb last.
That was certainly his best start of the weekend. Here's another angle. You can see some of the drivers
there are
going
a couple
ahead.
of creeps forward, aren't there?
Yes, indeed, before the lights went out, and a couple of penalties that will be given post-race by the officials. Here's some of the trouble into the opening lap. That's the dust that was flown into the air. As we get back for the battle in the lead, Jean Nomblot was leading the opening laps before going around the inside. There was a first move in turn number 7, beautifully made by Daniel Vasile, who was nowhere to be seen after that.
Now watch this, here it is. Look at how close that was for Thomas Torchemanis, and the back end kicked up. He will not be happy with Christian Bertucca at all. We're going to see it from the front angle. Oh no, this is the lap after, when Torchemanis was able to get his revenge. Got through on Bertucca and Genis Civico. But I tell you what, Christian Bertucca was really, really pushing the limits of what you can and can't do with these KZ2 cars, wasn't he?
Yeah, especially after parking it into turn number 12. Is the incident with Brandon Nilsson and Jean Nomblot. Nilsson sliding into the entry of the corner. Quite an unusual sort of mistake for a driver of his caliber.
Now, watch Pertuca. This is where it all kicked off in the closing stages. He's about to park the bus. I wonder if we're going to see it in turn 11. He's holding Tonterri. Now, watch as he comes through turn 11. Look, he's basically on the brake pedal at this point, backing Tonterri into the path of the others. And poor Nacho Tunion. Look, he's going to lose 1, 2, 3, 4 places. And that's completely not Nacho Tunion's fault at all. But Daniel Vasile punches his fist in the air. He knows he's the first ever Romanian to start an FIA karting final from pole position. That's a big moment.
That's a big moment, and he has to savor it because that's you know, a world reward for his efforts all throughout the weekend. There was no investigation towards Christian Pertuca just yet. I do wonder what the officials will make of what happened, but we're gonna have some more answers afterwards. Now it's time to switch our attention to the top class of worldwide karting, the KZ and the Superheat, in just a few moments with this man starting on pole, Senna van Walstein. We got up with the Dutchman. Let's hear from him. You have 1.5 tires between quali and the last qualifying race, and the Superheat as well. New tires for the final, so the pace has been really picking a lot. But those starts, let's talk about the start that you and your teammate Emilian Denner are taking. Really like a rocket ship pretty much on turn number 1.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the engine or the car. No, of course we have some horsepower in there, so that's good. And yeah, I mean, every time we hit the start on the right moment, so it's good.
What do you say about the level of the field? A couple of newcomers, a couple of the new faces in the field as well, but still experience is key in that battle for the win?
Yeah, of course, especially if she Albanese is a newcomer and he's straight away fast. And I mean, everybody is fast here. On this level, it's so close between everything. And I mean, everybody here is competitive. So yeah, they're definitely welcome in this class.
Fantastic. Thank you for talking to us, and good luck for tomorrow as well. Senna van Walstein, thank you.
Senna van Walstein, a great opportunity for the Dutchman. He has the very, very cool helmet design of his, half his own creation, and the other half in tribute to the man he is named after, Ayrton Senna da Silva. Senna van Walstein, the Dutchman with the Dutch flag colours separating the two designs in either half. This guy is really, really on it at the moment, and the Sodi kart driver, he's got so much verve, so much character, so much get up and go. But this is an interesting situation for all of the contenders out there. I wonder how this is going to go. Is this going to be the kind of race battle that we can be proud of?
Senna van Walstein, definitely one of the names on the rise for the past few seasons. This is his second season in KZ. 2 years ago, he was a vice champion of Europe, a vice champion of the world KZ2 before making a step up. But one of the drivers to keep a very good eye on is took his first pole position on Friday. Tom Leyer, on your picture, he stepped up to KZ for this season, changed his team as well. Last year, he was absolutely fantastic and dominant in KZ2, taking the European crown with 2 victories out of 2 races. He decided to go to the Tony Kart factory, taking up a new family, a new challenge, and a new category. They're quite a different way of functioning, different size of team, coming from Leclerc by Lennox Racing. But Tom Leyer has been absolutely beautiful and fantastic on the one lap on the Friday, has been able to build on that early pace throughout the qualifying races with 1 win. And he gets to start from pole position for the on the front row of the grid, my apologies, alongside Senna van Walstein. Watch out for Jeremy Iglesias, 28 from France, one of the leaders of the Orange Army of the CRG factory. 2 years ago, Jeremy Iglesias achieved a dream of his own for quite a good number of years to become world champion in the top class of karting. He was in Lonato with the Formula K squad. He went on to succeed as well and to take the CRG to new heights in terms of performance. P3 in last year's World Championship in Le Mans. And once again, after so many years of experience, so many achievements in the class, still very much on top of his game. He will be starting from the second row of the grid. So watch out for Jeremy Iglesias, as he's going to have Danilo Albanese, one of the new names in the KZ category, with the Car Republic Chetila Racing, the number 8 on the left side of your picture. So many names in that class, in what is certainly considered as the highest category of them all. 31 drivers only get to compete in this year's opening round of the European Championship. There won't be certainly many more in the course of the season. There's a good reason to that. The level is so high, and so demanding in terms of skills, in terms of preparation, in terms of raw speed that not many drivers actually are keen to take on the challenge, because there's a lot of drivers with many years of experience. They know their business, they know how to perform at this level, and it's just very hard to take on that new category. Some of the drivers this year have decided to give it a go. Daniela Albanese is one of them. Teresa Babikova as well. She is actually the first lady driver to appear in this class for quite a good number of years.
Yes, indeed. Teresa Babikova, having come from the W Series last year, she's been in karting for quite some seasons now, but this is a real challenge for Teresa Babikova. Only the third woman in history ever to race in the Premier KZ category, after Bijtske Visser, the Dutch racer, in 2011, and Eliska Simonkova, who did the job 4 years ago. Ironically enough, also from the Czech Republic. So Teresa Babikova, only the third KZ woman in history. And she's done a very solid job, actually, for her first weekend. 22nd on the grid out of the 31 drivers for this first Superheat of the day for the KZs. And then, of course, she's got the final later to come. So Senna van Waalstein and Tom Loyer renewing their battle with Danilo Albanese and the 2020 world champion Jeremy Iglesias in fine form behind. Here we go. The kings and the gods of this sport. Senna van Waalstein and Tom Loyer, Danilo Albanese and Jeremy Iglesias from Emilion Denner and Riccardo Longhi, then Stan Pex and Matteo Vigano, Lorenzo Camplese, Lorenzo Travasanuto, Paolo Ippolito, Giuseppe Palomba, Artur Cabanel, Christian Abulin, Pedro Hilbrand and Johan Sogel.
Then we have last year's KZ World Champion on the 17th position of the grid, Victor Gustafsson, Yuri Pex by his side. Then we have Luis Beck, Francesco Salenta, Luigi Coluccio, one of the new faces of this year. Teresa Babikova by his side as well. Welcome to the KZ world. Davide Fori just behind, who needs no introduction whatsoever. Felix Arnold by his side on row number 12. Followed by Nico Lemberg, Adrien Renaudin, Matej Spruce, Jean Louillet, Paolo Besancenet, Marek Scriven and David Trefilov. The list is endless when it comes to big names in the karting world, and some of them didn't have the best of starting to their weekend. David Trefilov is one of them, is one of the new names as well, tackling the challenge of KZ this year. He was brilliant in last year's World Championship in the KZ2 class, took pretty much all the wins in the qualifying races before failing to conclude on a high. But this year, a new challenge, a new class, didn't go his way particularly. Didn't go his way neither for Adrien Renaudin, who left Tony Kart for Danilo Rossi's team this season. Davide Fori, 48 years of age, more than 25 years in the sport, and still competing at the highest level, achieving from time to time great results as well, with still the hunger as he had in his younger days. And always so nice to get to talk to him. Davide Fori, still the passion burning inside the Italian driver.
See, for those true motorsport experts who know what they are talking about, these guys are absolute world class. If you think about the Formula One drivers on the grid, 18 of the 20 drivers currently in Grand Prix racing all came from the FIA Karting paddock. A good collection of them came from this very class in KZ. Who was the world champion in 2013? Max Verstappen. Who was the vice champion of the world? Charles Leclerc. We talk about them as the greatest racing drivers in the world. They would struggle to keep up with these guys now because of how intense the preparation is in the KZ category. They'd be competitive, as we've seen many times. A couple of Formula One drivers have come into this class and come back. The likes of Jaime Alguersuari and Rubens Barrichello in previous years have given this a go. But even they struggle to keep up with these guys. These are the absolute kings, princes, warriors, gladiators of the sport. And these are world-class men and women. Senna van Waalstein, pole position. Tom Loyer, second on the grid. Danilo Albanese, Jeremy Iglesias, then Denner, Longhi, Pex, Vigano, Camplese and Travasanuto. Who is going to get the victory in the first Superheat of the season in the KZ category? This is the pinnacle of the sport. The lights come on, and when they go out, we'll be racing in Zuera in KZ. Here we go! Great start by both men. It's a perfect launch from Van Waalstein. He leads away. Several drivers in trouble. It looks like Travasanuto can't get started. Nor can the 23 of the very unlucky Swiss driver, Jean Louillet. Louillet's given up, but Travasanuto is going nowhere. Disaster for the parallel.
Oh,
and side by side, Louillet's got the move on Van Waalstein. Oh, what a move from Tom Loyer. And Jeremy Iglesias is going to try and go with him. Van Waalstein holds on a second, but how close was that on the first lap? Loyer got his fists up and he got his corners granted. He has gone for it. And now Van Waalstein's going to try again to get through on the inside. It's not going to happen. Tom Loyer will hold on to it for the time being. What a move from the Tony Kart star.
What a move indeed. Tom Loyer, who's shut the door in turn number 7, is in the lead. Watch out for Danilo Albanese, is trying to keep up as well with the number 4 of Riccardo Longhi, 2 years ago, the European champion in this very class, trying to fight his way through his upper place. Riccardo Longhi in front of Danilo Albanese. We're going to get the classification in full.
Warning flag for Senna van Waalstein, and he's going to go for the lead on the inside of Loyer. He comes back at the Tony Kart star and gets back into the lead, but he also has a warning flag. He's got to be very careful about his tactics. He hangs on and gets the lead back from Tom Loyer, but Loyer is not going to let him get away with this. He's going to come straight back at him. Here he comes off the turn, and watch for Iglesias in 3rd position. He wants a piece of this as well. Loyer trying to go round the outside of Van Waalstein, trying to get him back again, through turn 5, through the long left, through to turn 6, tight right-hander, now down the short stretch. Can he make his bid, or is he going to have to move to cover from Iglesias? He goes for it, dives in on Van Waalstein, and he's got him again! Oh, brilliant! This isn't even the final, it's the Superheat, and Loyer versus Van Waalstein is the new rivalry for 2023.
And Jeremy Iglesias is gesturing behind from P3. He's furious about what just happened because the door was shut. Maybe on the last second there was no way to go for the freshman, who's going to have to try that again. But what a battle that is. Tom Loyer back in the lead. Senna van Waalstein, who picked up an investigation flag just before. We do wonder why.
Oh, he's done it again!
On the inside of the number 1.
Side by side again. They will not. Oh, he's gone! Loyer's gone! Tom Loyer pitched into a spin by Senna van Waalstein, who would not let him go. Tom Loyer is spun around. He rejoins, but he will be absolutely enraged.
Oh, what a disaster for Tom Loyer. We felt it coming. This was the worst case scenario. It just did happen. Senna van Waalstein remains in the lead. Iglesias promoted to P2. Watch out for Emilian Denner around the inside of his fellow countrymen. It's not happening quite yet. Emilian Denner stays in P3. Longhi up in P4. Then we have Daniel Albanese, and one of the Tony Kart drivers. This is Jean Louis. Unfortunately, who had to retire into the opening lap. Albanese, Camplese, Ricciardo in P7 in front of Stanpex, Palomba, Carbonell, the old top 10, but what a start of a race and what a turn of event, disastrous turn of event for Tom Loyer. Where did he actually fail?
I think he's gone down to 13th, so he's just in behind Paolo Ippolito. Vigano just got the move there on Camplese. But oh my goodness, KZ just went nuclear in the first weekend of the season. And up the inside, that's Albanese going wheel to wheel with Longhi. He gets through past the former European champion. So there's a big off. There's a big off further back. There's a car stopped up, and that is the
number 50.
It's the collision between it's Johan Sogel. Sogel has gone straight into the path of Paolo Bezzentene. So Bezzentene is out of it, and so too is Johan Sogel. They dropped to the back, but that was because Sogel tripped over the racetrack and ended up skating off at the hairpin. And there was nowhere for Paolo Bezzentene to go.
One of the CRGs out.
One of the CRGs up at the hairpin.
Arthur Carbonell.
Oh, it's Arthur Carbonell, last year's World Cup winner. What a disaster. He won the World Cup at KZ2 last year, got his promotion to the factory team at CRG this year, and it's all gone wrong here as now Van Waalstein has got Jeremy Iglesias all over the back of him. This is the Jeremy Iglesias we've been waiting for since he joined CRG. He had his moments last year. He could have been the world champion at Le Mans, and now he's come into 2023. I am back, I am at my best, and I can win this again.
He's been taken in sandwich by the CPBs as for now. Senna van Waalstein trying to hold on to his leadership. Emilian Denner is pushing like never before behind Iglesias to try to help him out. There's going to be a beautiful 3-driver battle. Watch out, as we're only in lap number 5 out of 12, not even halfway through. We have a new yellow flag out of your picture. It's not for Arthur Carbonell by the look of it, or maybe it is for his kart still on the outside of the
that's
car.
David Treveloff.
Oh,
David Treveloff's nightmare weekend continues. At least he'll still make the final. But that is not where David Treveloff wanted to end this Superheat. He wanted to make progress, not fall further away, as Marek Skriven has been given a warning flag. So Marek Skriven is going to have to try and make up progress in this race as well. But how about these three? Senna van Waalstein, Jeremy Iglesias and Emilian Denner fighting for the victory and the pole position in the Superheat as they try to go for pole in the final. But Denner's losing a little bit of ground here. Albanese's all over him.
Yeah, Denner has been struggling with the tire pressures and behavior all throughout the weekend. He's not able to keep up with the pace in front of him. Danilo Albanese is just waiting for the moment to get past the freshman from P4. Then Vigano follows in P5 from Longhi, Camplese, Pex, and the rest of the field. Something I want to pick up very quickly on. I think I might be mistaken, but at the start we might need to see that again. But Giuseppe Palomba from the middle of the grid was very, very fast on his start, and I do wonder if there was maybe an infringement of the starting procedure for just a tiny second there. We're going to need to watch that back, but Palomba in the meantime was able to get back into contention. Where is he actually? Giuseppe Palomba at the moment.
Currently in 17th. Let's have a look at it.
Yes.
This is the move between Senna van Waalstein and Tom Loyer. And look, they've both turned in at that point. They're banging wheels as they go side by side through turn one. Loyer's trying to hold on to it. Van Waalstein's committed, so is Loyer. And look, just pulls across. Now, you could argue that that's actually Loyer's fault, not Senna van Waalstein's. That's going to be an interesting argument, because Loyer, look, he's tried to go where Senna van Waalstein already was.
He's actually cutting the line a little bit, Tom Loyer, I'm afraid, trying to go defensive halfway through the start, the straight line, which is not ideal when you have so many opponents behind.
Oh, that's Louis Speck.
And the nose is coming off, as you can see. Louis Speck is back in the pit lane, the TB kart driver, quite unfortunate and premature end to his qualifying heat for Louis Speck. But so many incidents, so many events as we're hitting, and now we got past halfway through this.
This isn't even the final, Guillaume. This is the problem. How much more can we take over the course of the day? Now, Jeremy Iglesias completes the 7th lap, in behind Senna van Waalstein. He's closer to him than he's ever been, and he's got good slipstream. Van Waalstein will want to cover. So Iglesias knows that. He decides not to go for him. He wants to keep him second-guessing. He wants to keep him very much where he doesn't want to be. Senna van Waalstein knows that Iglesias is going to be unpredictable. He'll want to go for the overtaking move when Senna doesn't know it's coming.
They still have a couple of laps before a checkered flag, so the decision is whether to make the move now to prevent any return from Emilian Denner from further back in P3, or try to wait for the later stages of the race, with the danger, of course, of positions being swapped, but the wrong way around for Jeremy Iglesias. You can see further back the second wagon with Danilo Albanese and Matteo Vigano. Good to see Matteo Vigano back fighting for further positions. He didn't have much of luck for the past few seasons. Matteo Vigano always up there fighting with the best. But when it comes to conclude and get the results that he deserved, something always went wrong. Watch out for the move around the inside of the number one. That was beautiful and clean, and Jeremy Iglesias takes the lead.
So the CRG, the former world champion, Jeremy Iglesias, hits the front ahead of the two young pretenders to the crown. Senna van Waalstein and Emilian Denner both want to become world champion. Both have been trying so hard these last 12 months, but neither has managed to do so. It's the experience and the calm maturity of Jeremy Iglesias that brings him back to the front. The man who won the World Championship title in 2020 for Formula K. Ever since then, he's been a black and orange man through and through for CRG, for the Tonini Group, and now he has brought them back to the front once again. Now, can Jeremy Iglesias hold on to this and add a European title over the course of this weekend and the second in Sarno to his World Championship accolade? It's certainly looking good for Jeremy Iglesias right now, but here come the Sodi twins. Senna and Emilia are definitely pushing hard. Van Waalstein and Denner are going to give Iglesias a proper run for his money in the last 3 laps.
Lap number 10 out of 12. Here's a replay of that move from Jeremy Iglesias in the inside of the first turn at top speed. A slight
I think Van Waalstein's going for it again. We'll have to look at it again. And he has!
Yes,
Van Waalstein's got through. Coluccio under investigation, but Van Waalstein did not let Jeremy Iglesias have that. I just wanted to look out the window because we were looking at the replay. But indeed, Van Waalstein has made the bid and he's got through on Jeremy Iglesias once more. So, the Dutchman takes back the lead from the Frenchman. But Denner, Albanese, Vigano and Complese are waiting in the wings. Yet again, KZ is the most competitive, the most ruthless, the most absolutely enthralling form of motorsport on the planet. Here's Senna van Waalstein's move. Iglesias, I don't think he even saw it was coming. Van Waalstein went for it. Iglesias has to accept it. Okay, let's do it again.
Turn number 4, one of the spots. Watch out, I was going to say, is Jeremy Iglesias going to try again into turn number 1? Didn't happen this time around. He's not going to have a lot of time left on his hands, the Frenchman, to try to swap positions. But let's see, because he's still very much pressuring Senna van Waalstein. Emilian Denner is coming back to them. We're going to have certainly a 3-driver battle on the way to the checkered flag. Danilo Albanese still being pressed by Vigano and Complese further back. But the battle for the lead is still raging into the last part of the track. This is where you need to get it together into turn number 7. Shut the door on the inside line. There was nowhere to go for Jeremy Iglesias to make his move. It will come down to the last lap for Jeremy Iglesias. Will he attempt something crazy to try to take the lead? And maybe Let's see what's going to happen for the Frenchman, but he might want to keep that second place alive. He's very, very close. If he takes the slipstream into the start-finish straight, maybe one attempt in turn number one, is going to have a couple more after that.
The rear tyres looking a little bit weak from Van Waalstein, who's having to move to cover. Don't you dare tell me this is not real motorsport. Don't you dare tell me this isn't the most exciting show you're going to see today. This isn't even the final. And Senna Van Waalstein is hanging on by a thread in front of Iglesias, with Denner, Albanese and Vigano really starting to charge after them. Iglesias moves to the outside line to try and find a switcheroo on Senna Van Waalstein. Van Waalstein moves to cover. You are running out of chances here, Jeremy. What are you going to do? They come off the turn, down the stretch to the hairpin. And Denner's having to block just as much as Van Waalstein is. He wants to hold on to third just as much as Van Waalstein wants to hold on to the lead. Anything could still kick off in these last four bends. Through turn 9, hold the line. Through the right, tuck in for the left-hander. Iglesias might get a shot. He's going to have to make one fell swoop, but he won't risk it. There's a final to come later. Save the best for later. Here comes Senna Van Waalstein. He will hold on. Iglesias for the line. Oh my goodness, he nearly got it. He nearly got it. 31 thousandths of a second was the gap. Senna Van Waalstein is the luckiest man in Zuera. He just hung on to it in the bitter, dying moments of the KZ Superheat. Oh my goodness. Senna Van Waalstein and Jeremy Iglesias, rage and war. Tom Loyer pitched around mid-race for the fight for the lead. He manages to get it back to 10th position, but oh my goodness, has 2023 FIA Karting not given us a mammoth grandstand finale later this afternoon in both KZ2 and KZ? The best have come to the table, and they have still got so much to do in the 18 laps this afternoon. Cancel your afternoon plans, whatever they were. They're no longer as important as this. What a final we are going to have in the KZ contest later. My goodness me. Oh, this sport just keeps getting better every year. Senna Van Waalstein from Jeremy Iglesias by 31 thousandths of a second. That could be the closest finish you see in motorsport today. Emilion Denner and Delano Albanese from Matteo Vigano, Lorenzo Camplese, Victor Gustafsson and Pedro Hilbrand, Paolo Ebolito and Tom Loyer. He'll be furious. Ricardo Longhi, Stan Pex, Adrien Renaudin, Felix Arnold and Francesco Salenta. 16th position behind them, Christian Abulin in front of the hard-charging Marek Skriven. 18th for Giuseppe Palomba, Davide Fore and take a bow to Reza Babichkova. You made it. 10 seconds off the lead in your first Superheat in KZ. Very impressive. Jorrit Pex and Mate Plus from Nico Lemberg, Luigi Coluccio, Lorenzo Travasanuto, Paolo Bezensone and Johan Sogel really struggling to get to the end. And then the retirements, Louis Speck, David Trevelov, Arthur Carbonell and Jean Louyer, who went out in the very first lap. What drama, what suspense, what a show you are going to get this afternoon in the final. My gosh, is it going to be worth it? What a start to the 2023 season. Yeah, it does look as though Giuseppe Palomba got a little bit eager on the start. Travasanuto doesn't move at all. And everybody else having to take avoiding action, not to clatter into him. Let's look again. Yeah, Palomba did look a little bit hasty, but Travasanuto goes nowhere. And Jean Louyer has got problems of his own. And his car is dead before it even gets across the line. And Jean Louyer knows it. Travasanuto managed to get going again and finish at the back. Now here's that amazing scrap between Tom Loyer and Senna Van Waalstein. Look at that. Just dives through on Van Waalstein. Doesn't give anything less than his absolute extreme. Van Waalstein versus Loyer and the first couple of laps were just legendary. Look, Loyer moving to defend. Van Waalstein deciding, no, I'm going to get through anyway. He got the lead back. Then Tom Loyer tried again from such a far way back into the hairpin at turn 7. And they went wheel to wheel and they battled. It's quite clear that Tom Loyer and Senna Van Waalstein are going to become the epic rivals of 2023. There's the move again from Van Waalstein, and this is where it all went wrong. Tom Loyer trying to stretch it round the outside. Holds it, holds it, holds it. They get away from each other. Then he pulls across to where Senna Van Waalstein already is, and they clatter into each other. Now, Tom Loyer is going to take a very dim view of that. He's going to see that Senna Van Waalstein pitched him off. But when he looks at it back, he may have to change his opinion. Senna Van Waalstein then took on the charge from Jeremy Iglesias. It's wonderful to see Jeremy Iglesias in fine form. at the beginning of 2023. Van Waalstein tried again, got past the former world champion. I can beat you, I can. And what an amazing scrap it turned out to be between the two of them to the finish line. As Jeremy Iglesias pushed Senna Van Waalstein the whole way, 31 thousandths of a second is all that separates them at the line. Just imagine how good the final is going to be this afternoon. Who's going to take it? I couldn't tell you. It's so tough. At least now they're all going to get a fresh set of tyres for the final, but it is going to be the roughest, toughest, most ruthless of races. Guillaume Alvarez is down there in the holding area with all the best reaction.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here live from the Parc Fermé and the Scale with Jeremy Iglesias, 2 years ago, world champion of KZ, and a good shot at the victory this week. And I'm sure after this demonstration, Jeremy, there's been an impressive race. This is only the Superheat, but what a level, what a speed you've shown us.
Yes, of course. Like I said before on one interview, the level even this year is even more higher. So no mistake to do. Every lap 100%, strong fight, and I like that. So that's why I make this pole 4.
Yeah, you like that, we do like that as well, and the viewers must be delighted as well. We're going to try to keep some voice for the final because that was a hectic Superheat. Hectic to the point that Tom Leyer had some trouble being very aggressive in the opening stages. What do you make of what happened?
Yeah, because you know now with the new regulation of the championship, some drivers put new tire yesterday. Why Tom put yesterday. Me and Senna then we put today. So he want to be a bit aggressive the first lap to defend his position, but. For my part, was a bit too much aggressive. Even the overtaking make on Senna was a bit on the limit, and then some contact, I think, on the lap 3 or 2, and.
Still, you went for the move in the fastest of all the bends, turn number 1. That was a beautiful moment. You think you can do that again in the final?
I hope so. So I was a bit studying Senna, where he was faster, where I was faster. When I pass him, because you know here with the slipstream is really fast track, so I go first to check how was my speed with no driver in front of me. I think I miss a little bit compared to him, so let's see later. It's going to be even more laps, so a different strategy from now.
One last question, and then you can go. 2 years ago, of course, Formula K, you joined CRG, the World Championship podium last season. You guys have been working incredibly hard behind the scenes to get the brand back where it belongs. So will it be certainly a good day for you today?
Yes, of course. We have been working all the winter with this tire to be competitive in this kind of races. So. Since I joined CRG, I would like to win a title with them because big factory, like I said before. So I hope to win one title this year with them.
Since you won the World Championship, which was the dream of your career, does that relieve the pressure a little bit on your shoulders? Do you drive differently than before with, that thought out of your mind and let's have some fun?
The years straight away after, yes. Now, no, I make a big reset. My dream is to be European and world champion, so hopefully I will do this year.
All right, good words. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Jeremy Iglesias, and good luck into this afternoon's final. That was a fantastic spectacle on track. The appetizer for the top of the menu this afternoon. Stay with us after the lunch break.
And in case you thought that is as good as it's going to get, oh boy, are you wrong. It's just got started. We have 2 great finals coming up this afternoon. It's going to be the ultimate motorsport spectacle here in Spain. The FIA Karting European Championship KZ2 final and KZ final. 2 o'clock local time is when the KZ2 race gets underway, and then the KZ race at 3:05. Whatever you were planning on doing this afternoon, change it. Honestly, you are going to get the best show in the world this afternoon. In about an hour and 30 minutes time, the presentation will kick off and get underway for the greatest spectacle in karting, the European Championship finals here at Zuera. The first of 2 weekends, this weekend, and then in the summer, we obviously go to Sarno at the foot of Mount Vesuvius, and all roads lead to the World Championship at Wackersdorf in Germany in September. But this is the first real chapter of the epic battles in KZ and KZ2 in 2023. Don't go anywhere. Grab some light lunch, and when you come back, get a good seat. You're going to need it. The wait is over. It is time for the FIA Karting European Championship finals to begin for the first of 2 weekends here at the Circuito Internacional Zuera here in Spain. What a build-up it has been. These 2 races that are to come are definitely going to take us one step closer to finding out the identity of the European champions. The drivers who have made it to the final in KZ2 are greeted to the circuit by Golden Cheer, who will give us a great demonstration in just a few short moments' time. But our 36 drivers who have come from far and wide to take on the challenge of the European Championship, the 36 that are left have made it here, and one of them is going to emerge as the latest winner in the KZ2 category in 2023. I'm Jake Stanson, beside me is Guillaume Alvarez. It's taken us a long time to get to this point over the weekend, but boy, has it been worth the wait.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon everybody. Fantastic to be here on the Circuito Internacional Zuera. The road has been long, as you said, but we're getting to the final point, the first of the 2 final races this afternoon, live worldwide on FIAKarting.com and on Motorsport TV, on social media. Thank you once again very much for tuning in to witness with us greatness in kart racing in the gearbox class. We have the KZ2 to start with, and then the KZ to rock things up here in Spain.
So, of course, we're going to have the display from Golden Cheer. They will give us a fantastic performance out on the circuit to kickstart the proceedings here in Spain at the European Championship. So we're going to have a fantastic battle out on the circuit. It has taken us quite a while to get up to this point. 15 races for the KZ2 drivers in terms of their qualifying heats leading up to this point. And then, of course, we had the 2 superheats this morning, and it has led us to an incredibly competitive starting grid where drivers from all over the world will now battle and compete in fantastic style as they will gear us up for a fantastic position out on the course. We are ready to see just how exciting and intense the racing is set to be here on the starting grid in the FIA Karting European Championships. And I tell you what a great location as well. The fastest and longest circuit in FIA Karting. It's a perfect place to kickstart the European season.
And as you can see, with the Spanish flag flying in the wind, it has been absolutely force here in terms of wind speeds. Very windy today and especially yesterday. And the drivers actually kept struggling in both classes with those difficult conditions, even though it has been sunny and dry despite a couple of raindrops on Friday before the qualifying session. It has been a beautiful sunshine here in Spain, windy conditions, and even some of the top favorites in both classes went for spins at some point and had a couple of incidents in course of the races. 23 races in total, with 4 to start with on the Friday, 14 yesterday, 5 today, and 2 more this afternoon. The KZ2 to start with, as Daniel Vasile and Freddy Slater will give us a fantastic spectacle throughout the course of the final 18 laps per race, 30-kilometer KZ2 and KZ. As the drivers, as you can see, have lined up themselves onto the grid. What a beautiful display that is, my dear Jake. Everybody tuning in, thank you very much again. Welcome, bienvenidos in Spain, in the beautiful desert of the Aragon region. We're not far from Zaragoza and 3 hours drive from the cities of Valencia and Barcelona, to give you a perspective of where we are in the world. 16 degrees Celsius with broken clouds and a beautiful blue sky here above ourselves for the opening round of the European Championship KZ and KZ2. 1.7 kilometer is the length of the track. Clockwise we're going for what is certainly the longest kart track in the world. This is the longest in this year's calendar. It has been so ever since this beautiful layout of Zuera came for the ground in 2007. And over the past few years, this track has been the host of many competitions in the FIA Karting Championships in both the OK Junior. But this is the first time with the gearbox classes that we are back here since 2016. And at the time, we had the likes of Patrick Hayek, name very familiar to karting aficionados around the world, I'm sure. Patrick Hayek took pole and victory the last time we were here competing in the European Championship. Patrick Hayek that went on to win, of course, many achievements later on.
So now we get to present the drivers with their competitors' medals here at the circuit, and they are gearing up for an excellent showcase. Michael Papado and Karol Pazovic on the back row of the starting grid. Tigran Bonatian and Yannick Julius Bernhardt on the 17th row. On the 16th row, Alex Marigliano of Italy and Robin Glerum of the Netherlands. On the 15th row, Sweden's Norton Andreasen and the very talented Swiss driver Samuel Luyet. On the 14th row, Andrea Dale of Italy and Spain's John Thanko. On the 13th row, David Lewinsky of Poland and Brandon Nilsson representing Italy, although he is, of course, originally from Sweden. On the 12th row of the starting grid, Gabin Loyer of France, alongside the Brazilian Matias Morgato, the reigning world champion in direct drive, making his KZ2 debut. And then on the 11th row of the grid, we have from Germany, Valentino Fritsch, and from France, Thomas Imborg.
Then climbing the grid of this beautiful set of drivers in the KZ2 class, round number 10, we see Paavo Tonteri and Samuele Leopardi. Then we have on row number 9, Maximilian Paul and Adrian Malero. Row number 8, Matteo Zanchi and Maxim Rem. Row number 7, Jean Oblot and Daniel Stell. Beautiful display as well of cheerleaders onto the track as we pursued with the presentation of the drivers. Row number 6, Genesis Civico Espona, Robert Kinderwater. Row number 5, Christian Bertuca and Alessio Piscini, two drivers from Birelart, as well as row number 4, Matteo Sperger and Giorgio Pescador, Alex Powell and Tomas Tolsemanis, or row number 3. Row number 2, Kin Nakamura Berta and Daniel Massia. And then we have Daniel Vasile and Freddy Slater sharing the front row of the grid. What a beautiful display of drivers. 36 only get to start this final. As you can see, the FIA Karting president, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, giving out the medals of the CIK to the actors of the KZ2 class. 88 of them started the European Championship on Friday, only 36 left, and only 3 will get to step on the podium.
So it was indeed the FIA Karting president, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, and the executive director of the International Circuit of Zuera, Senor Carlos Gil, who were giving out the medals to our competitors in the KZ2. Golden Cheer are giving us plenty of excitement to spice things up. Spanish fiesta style out there on the circuit, as if it wasn't already exciting enough. Great stuff from our competitors in KZ2 leading up to this point. But now we are definitely gearing ourselves up ready for the start of the KZ2 extravaganza. 18 laps, 30.582 kilometers, very nearly 18 miles around the circuit at speeds pushing 160 kilometers an hour, a couple of millimeters off the ground, with the acceleration to rival some of the best hypercars on the planet. These guys really are gladiators.
And one of the gladiators who went through tough times for this start of the European Championship is the young Italian that you just saw on the picture, Christian Bertuca. He won a couple of races on the road, got penalized to start with, and went for a spin of what could have been a win in the tally. And all in all, he will be starting a little bit further back onto the grid from 9th position, row number 5. There you can see him in the center with the Birelart colors, Christian Bertuca, alongside the other young gladiators of the KZ2 class. Some of them newcomers, including Alex Powell on row number 3. Freddy Slater, that needs no introduction, the former world and European champion in the OK junior class of the past seasons, that will get to start alongside Daniel Vasile on the front row of the grid. Once again, thank you to our cheerleaders for this beautiful display of spectacle as we gear ourselves up for the start of the final 18 laps, 30 kilometers, as this will be a round of applause. Thank you very much indeed. Muchas gracias for the cheerleaders of the Circuito Internacional Zuera. And now the drivers watching from the side, getting themselves ready in mind and in body.
Muchas gracias to Golden Cheer. What a great way to hype things up, ready for the start of the KZ2 competitors. And now we are gearing ourselves up for the start of the spectacle here at the FIA Karting European Championship. In the time-honored tradition here at the circuit, obviously, we give deference to the host nation for this fantastic event, and we will stand and observe for the national anthem for Spain. The FIA Karting European Championship continues, this time with the gearbox categories in the KZ and KZ2 brigade. The KZ2 final about to get underway. Our 36 drivers will now take to their karts, ready for the start of a thrilling and exciting encounter. Who of these 36 men will come through to win this final? It is so difficult to tell. There are so many top talents. Daniel Vasile of Romania, Freddie Slater of the United Kingdom, Kian Nakamura Berta, also of the United Kingdom, but mutually for Japan. Daniel Mathia of Spain, flying the flag on home soil. Alex Powell of Jamaica, Thomas Stolchemanis of Latvia, Mathieu Spergel of France, Jorge Pescador of Spain, and then the Italians, Christian Bertocca and Alessio Piccini. It is so hard to know which of the drivers on this grid are going to progress through to the victory dais.
Then we have on row number 6 for Spain, Jenis Civico Espona. For Germany, Robert Kindervater, followed by Jean Oblot for France, Daniel Stell for Germany, Maxime Remis, fellow countryman for Germany. Behind on row number 8 for Italy, Matteo Zanchi, Adrian Malero, another strong Spaniard on row number 9 with Maximilian Paul from Germany. From Finland, Paavo Tonteri, and from Italy, Samuel Leopardi on row number 10.
In the final 8 rows of the grid, for France, Thomas Imborg. For Germany, Valentino Fritsch. For Brazil, Matheus Mogato making his debut in KZ2, the reigning world champion in the OK category. For France, alongside him, it is Gavin Loyer, then Brandon Nilsson and David Lewinsky. For Italy and for Poland, although Brandon Nilsson has many fans back home in Sweden. Then it is Jan Tanko, the local star, the wild card, and Andrea Dale, the former European champion. There is Daniel Vasile of Romania, gearing himself up ready to hopefully become the first Romanian to stand on the top step of an FIA karting podium in a final. And then behind them, Samuel Luyer of Switzerland is on the 15th row of the grid alongside the Swede Norton Andreasen. Robin Glerum of the Netherlands is alongside the Italian Alex Marigliano. Yannick Julius Bernhard of Germany in his kart republic for Door Motorsport alongside the Energy Course driver Tigran Bonatian. And then the final row of the grid, for Poland, it is Karol Pazovic, and for Italy, it is Michael Paparo. This is going to be a very tough race to predict. So many of these drivers, particularly those in the top 10, have all shown great speed and great pace. Now that they've all got fresh tyres on board, who's going to have the tenacity? Who's going to have the pace? Who's going to have the confidence? What if it's this man, Freddie Slater, in his first ever KZ2 weekend in the FIA? What an opportunity. What a spectacle this could be for the British charge. Already a junior world champion, a junior European champion. Never quite got the job done in OK, but if he gets it done in KZ2, the sky is the limit.
He came close to a clinch that title, didn't he, 2 years ago in the wet of Campillos, winner on the road, but a penalty decided otherwise back in the day for Freddie Slater. Went on to compete as well this season in car racing in the Ginta Series back in the UK, doing wonders as well over there. Another one who is expecting to do wonders on this track for his first appearance at this level, Kin Nakamura Berta, one of the young protege of Car Republic and the Prema team. Kin Nakamura Berta, under the guidance of the junior driver program of the Alpine racing team, all the way up to Formula One, alongside Alex Powell, another young protege. For his sake, this is Mercedes that grabbed him a couple of seasons back, making sure that Alex Powell can have everything that he needs to climb the ladder as high as possible. That's the least that we wish to those youngsters and those beautiful talents in the karting world, stepping to a gearbox for the first time of their career. We've seen it in the past. Gearbox is always a very interesting passage for any career up to the top. The likes of Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Alex Albon, the drivers, of course, that need no introduction, doing wonders, winning world titles in Formula One, have all been through Gearbox back in the day, a decade ago. Max Verstappen say that for any young karter, once you get out of direct drive, before making your way to single-seater or any other form of motorsport series, you got to have a try at the gearbox class, whether it is KZ2 or KZ that we're going to have just after. This is something unmissable for any young karter willing to really get better at his craft.
Indeed, they all started here. Any name that you can think of in the upper echelons of motor racing or the emerging talents of the last 3 to 4 seasons, they probably worked their way through the FIA karting paddock at some stage. The KZ2 final of the first weekend of the 2 weekends of the European Championship in the KZ2 category is about to get underway. And what a battle it is going to be for the top of the dais. Daniel Vasile and Freddie Slater, the teammates, will be on the front row of the grid from Kian Nakamura Berta and Daniel Mathia, Alex Powell and Thomas Stolchemanis, Matteo Spergel and Jorge Pescador, from Christian Bartuca, Alessio Pacini, Genis Savico, Robert Kindavata, Jean Nomblo, Daniel Stel, Matteo Zanchi, Maxim Rem, Maxi Paul and Adrian Maliero.
Round number 10, we'll see Paavo Tanteri and Samuel Leopardi. Then we have Thomas Imbur, Valentino Frisch, Matthias Morgato, Gavin Luye, Brandon Nilsson, David Lewinsky, Jan Tanko, Adrian Daly, Samuel Lee, Norton Jensen, Robin Glerum, Alex Maragliano, Yannick Jules Bernard, Tigran Bunyatian, Karol Paziewicz, and Mikel Barbaro. So we get ourselves ready as well in the commentary box. If you want to join us, that's easy, FIAKarting.com, Motorsport TV, as well as on Facebook and YouTube, the official channels of the FIA Karting Championships, Cups and Trophies. We're back for another season of exciting racing in all classes, but this time around, it all goes down to the 36 best of the KZ2 drivers.
Now, based on the new championship point scoring system for 2023, it's absolutely dead level between Daniel Vasile and Freddie Slater leading into the final. They have 47 championship points apiece. Alex Powell is third on 36. Kian Nakamura Berta has climbed up to fourth on 30. And then Stolchemanis and Matteo Spergel both have 28. This is going to be a sizzling European Championship with now the qualifying session, the qualifying heats, and the final all having their bearing on how the championship points play out. It makes it a much more competitive championship in 2023, and it means that even if you win the final, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be in the best position to win the European Championship. It all comes down to how the whole weekend builds and how even and consistent you are from Friday through to Sunday. This is going to be a sensational charge for the drivers. They'll go around for a second time, a second formation lap, and that gives them a little bit more time to prepare. In race control, we can see Chris Lambrecht in the middle, the head of race control, with David and Joanna by his side. And this is going to be a very interesting race for them to keep an eye on. They've really got to work hard here to keep everything on tap and everything fair and even. They've definitely had their work cut out this weekend.
Oh, there's been a lot of penalties applied, especially at the start procedures that was missed by more than one driver in both classes, especially in KZ2. We were seeing infringement of the starting procedures, but these are some of the people at RGMMC, at FIA Karting, and at the track that work tirelessly behind the scenes that you don't get to see them enough, and that's good that we get to have a bit of insight about what's happening as well at the Parc Fermé and the scale. If you were with us this morning and yesterday, you've seen all the work going around from the scrutineering area to the boxes, to the paddock, and there's a lot of people involved into the making of FIA Karting competition. And once again, we have to thank Zuera and the Orange Army on track of all the officials working as well all day long for the full week to make sure that the drivers can have proper track time on track in safe conditions. And they are the ones that you get to see on the sideline intervening straight away on track as soon as a driver is in need. So once again, thank you to the Orange Army, to everybody involved into the success of the FIA Karting competition under the beautiful sun of the Aragon region of Spain.
So this is going to be a fascinating build-up, a terrific battle ahead of us, and it's going to be a tough one. The other three names, of course, that will keep abreast of everything out on the circuit itself, our race director, Mr. Nigel Edwards, our deputy race director, Mr. Pasquale Lupoli, and our track manager out on circuit as well, Mr. Gonzalo Planta, keeping abreast of everything. So this is going to be an interesting race to call. The KZ2 final, 18 laps of the course. Some of these youngsters are really going to go into the toughest race of their entire lives in a couple of seconds' time.
And for the context, keep in mind that all the drivers have put on a fresh set of tires. They had 1.5 to play with from qualifying to the superheat of this morning. Some of them decided as soon as early as the last qualifying heat yesterday to put them on for half of it. Now everybody on fresh rubber, so it all comes down to zero again, and it's up to the drivers to try to maximize the performance, and they're going to have 18 laps to do so, starting with Daniel Vasile and Freddie Slater with the pole sitter on the left side of your picture on the way to the inside line in turn number 1.
A couple of drivers just testing out their starts halfway around the formation lap. They're allowed to do that, of course. Daniel Vasile and Freddie Slater gearing themselves up for the start. The Romanian on the inside line, the Brit on the outside line. There is Nigel Edwards, our FIA Karting race director in the gearbox category. Out on circuit, Pasquale Lupoli and Gonzalo Planta keeping an eye on things as well. It all leads up to this. A little slice of history for these drivers. Only 36 men in the world have managed to get through to the KZ2 final in the 2023 European Championship here in Zuera. Now one of them is going to emerge as the King of Kings in KZ2. Who's going to get the job done? Who will take the victory? Will it be Daniel Vasile? Will it be Freddie Slater? Will it be Kian Nakamura-Berta? Or will it be the Spanish wildcard, Daniel Mathia, in 4th on the starting grid? The best chance yet of a wildcard to win in the FIA Karting paddock. He could do it from P4, and obviously the local fans expect. Let's see how it all gets going. The lights will come on when they go out. We'll race in the KZ2 final. We're under starters orders, and it's a perfect start for Freddie Slater. Vasile can't beat him off the line. Slater gets into the lead. Perfect start for the British driver as they storm through to turn 1 and up through turn 2. It is Slater from Vasile and Mathia. Mathia has come forward. The Spanish driver into 3rd position already. Daniel Mathia really wants to win on home soil, and he's going to have to take on the pair of Birolats up front if he's going to get the job done. Storjamanis through in a 4th position. A good start through from Matthew Spergel. He's come through in a 5th place, and Alex Powell is down to P6 with Kian Nakamura-Berta chasing them down behind the CRG of Jorge Pescador.
And watch out for any move coming in turn number 7 into the opening lap. Thomas Storjamanis is around the outside onto the curve. He goes for P3 and he makes it alive. Beautifully made by the Energy Corsa driver. Upper place in P3. What a sensational move. We have never seen that so far in the weekend on the curve outside of the hairpin.
I never would have thought that possible, but Thomas Storjamanis has made it look like child's play. Up to 3rd position on the first lap. That's given Spergel 4th. Powell is up to 5th. Pescador's up to 6th. Daniel Mathia sadly all the way down to P7 in front of Nakamura-Berta, Christian Bertucco and Jenny Savico. There are still 3 Spanish drivers in the top 10 trying to work their way to the front, but for the moment it's the British driver Freddie Slater now set to battle with his teammate Daniel Vasile. The last time these two came together it was Vasile who beat Slater. Now Slater has got to hold it together for the next 17 laps to keep his Romanian teammate and elder statesman in the team at bay.
Yeah, no matter what, the Birolats colors on the... And he goes for the move!
He's
There's
gone
a
through.
switch!
But Slater's going to try and come back at him. It's done for Vasile. He's got him.
Yeah, no matter what the colors are on the suits, they are from the same team, but gloves off, this is battle for the win, and as we have enough for a yellow flag on the other side of the track, it's happening outside of your vision, but there was the move. Daniel Vasile made it stick into the hairpin, and Slater is going to have to be chasing his teammate. He's going to have a lot of time ahead of him, but who did we lose, Jay?
It's Maxi Paul. Maxi Paul has dropped from the fray. Bitter disappointment for the German talent, but Maxi Paul has not come through, so already some big difficulties for Maxi Paul, but there is the move again from Freddie Slater trying to take on Daniel Vasile. Slater trying again, and it looks as though Alex Powell has got through on Jorge Pescador as well. So they have worked their magic forward. Matthew Spergel. In fact, no, Powell has got through on Spergel now. Powell through on Spergel to get into 4th position. In 7th, Bertucca has got past Nakamura-Berta as well. So there are plenty of drivers trying to rise up the order and have a go.
Yeah, you saw it in the corner. Alex Powell is trying to recover, starting his operation mode up to the front. Didn't have the best of getaway. Kian Nakamura-Berta is all the way down to P8.
Look at Slater. Slater's caught back up to Vasile. He's going to try again to get past his Romanian teammate as Jorge Pescador has been given a warning flag up in 6th position. So he's got to be very careful how he goes about this. Now, if you're Freddie Slater, just sit behind Vasile. Follow in behind. Just let it all happen. But they've got to be careful because the man in 3rd position is Thomas Storjamanis. The Latvian is catching up to them big time. So Slater's got to think about this now. Does he attack or does he go on the defense? It's going to be very tricky to play out because Thomas Storjamanis is absolutely charging. We got 2 karts off the road. That's Levinsky, Luye and Paparo. So 3 karts all off the road together there. And I'm afraid that's game over for Michael Paparo of the Praga. And I think Samuel Luye, the Tony card, has come off there at the same circuit, same part of the circuit as well. Levinsky got going again, so did Maxi Paul. So those 2 karts on the sidelines are Sam Luye and Michael Paparo.
And lucky for the drivers, the wind here in Zuera has not picked up as much as yesterday. So it was a struggle to keep the racing line together yesterday in the qualifying races. They're having none of it this Sunday, so it will ease the effort, struggling and battling at the front for the podium positions. But look at Thomas Storjamanis. He's the one with a clean air in front of him, as we're going to see a replay of the start from behind.
I think it was pretty much spot on from everybody,
yeah,
just about. There might be one or two drivers in the field.
Maybe the CRG in the middle, but it's hard to say. We're going to have to get back on that post-race, but it was at the back of the grid. Nothing to worry about, as it seems, for the favorites up front. But what a start it was from the outside, from Freddie Slater. There was the switch in the hairpin.
Look how smart Vasile was. He knew he was going deep, and then he just cut back in across to stop Slater getting back in on the inside. That was well read. Now, this is Pescador versus Spergel. 5th and 6th now, so Jorge Pescador has got his way into 5th position for the Cali Kart squad. There's a genuine chance he can climb up towards Stoltjemanis and Powell, who are now 3rd and 4th. The Latvian and the Jamaican are ahead of Jorge Pescador, and Pescador, of course, has the experience in KZ2 compared to these guys. But Freddie Slater climbing all over the back of Daniel Vasile. The Birolats are 1 and 2. Vasile and Slater. Then Stoltjemanis in the energy course. The Prema Cup Republic of Alex Powell. And then Jorge Pescador in the Cali Kart. Look how threatening Freddie Slater is starting to look behind Daniel Vasile. He's got to be calculated about this. Will he come up the inside line into turn 4? He comes up through the 3rd corner. He's thinking about it, and he's gone for it. Freddie Slater takes the lead. What a move. Freddie Slater comes through, and Thomas Stoltjemanis is going to take on Vasile in the same breath. Vasile holds him off, and that's given Slater a tiny bit of daylight.
Yeah, that was a ballsy move on the outside of turn number 5, but there was no way to go, no room whatsoever. Watch out for Stoltjemanis as Powell dives through in turn number 7. Beautifully made. Powell upper place in P3, and Stoltjemanis just was keeping the door closed because Jorge Pescador was coming at him just before, but Pescador is forced to stay in P5. Stoltjemanis keeps it alive. He's going to have to shut all the doors because he was caught in his momentum by Alex Powell, who went for it and made the maneuver click beautifully.
They've all got fresh tyres, but when do you push? When do you really maximise the speed? Because the problem is if you go too early, by lap 17, 18, your tyres will be screaming at you. You've got to balance it. You've got to be careful as to when you go for the moves. But you also don't want to fall into the clutches of the others behind you. Freddie Slater leads the way in front of Daniel Vasile. Alex Powell in 3rd. Thomas Stoltjemanis is 4th. And Jorge Pescador is 5th in front of Kian Nakamura Berta. A really exciting challenge. And look, here is Nakamura Berta, having caught and passed Matteo Spergel. We know how fast he is over 1 lap. Now he's going to try and take on Jorge Pescador and wipe the smiles from the faces of the fans in the stands as Nakamura Berta is hunting down the Cali Kart of Jorge Pescador.
You don't know, someone that we haven't seen it yet in this final, it's quite unfortunate, is Christian Bertucca. He's only running in P10 in front of his teammate Alessio Piscini, just outside of it, in front of Maxime Rennes, Jean Noblo. After all the trouble he's been to, Christian Bertucca, here was his chance certainly to finish on a high, and at the moment he's having none of it with a couple of seconds left for him to climb if he wants to make the connection with the top 5.
We have a technical flag as well for Adrian Mariero, unfortunately, another of the Spanish drivers. He is not going to go any further in this race as Adrian Mariero comes through across the line, but there is going to be a bit of a challenge further back as Nakamura Berta makes his bid on the inside of Pescador. And did Pescador hold him off, or has Nakamura Berta been able to get through? No, Nakamura Berta did get past Pescador, as through the pit lane comes a very frustrated Adrian Mariero. His bumper was actually caught on the right rear of the kart, and they're having to adjust it in the pit lane to get Adrian Mariero to keep going. So hopefully they'll be able to get him going again, and he does indeed leave the pits, having had his moment in pit lane, but it's ruined Adrian Mariero's chances in this one. So Nakamura Berta, having got past Pescador, is now going to try and close up on the energy course of Thomas Stoltjemanis, someone who he is used to going wheel to wheel with, but not in a KZ2.
And unfortunately for Stoltjemanis, it doesn't seem by the look of it to be able to keep up with the pace of the 2 leaders. And if he doesn't keep on going...
3 leaders, because here's Alex Powell. This is the move from Powell to get past Thomas Stoltjemanis. And ever since he's made that move, Powell has actually been on a one-way missile cruise to close up on the 2 Birolats. And look, he's caught them. Powell is in the hunt for the victory now.
Yeah, there we go, the young Jamaican with the yellow crash helmet in P3, taking his connection to the leading wagon, Freddie Slater, Vasile, and now Alex Powell. And as I was saying just before the replays, Thomas Stoltjemanis is not quite able to keep up with the pace of the top 3 in front of him. And if he doesn't keep on pushing, he's going to fall into the close of Nakamura Berta, taking Pescador with him in P6. Then we have Matteo Spergel, Macias, because Spona, Bertucca running up the top 10. Just outside of it, Noblo, Piscini, Leopardi, as we keep following the battle for P2. Look out for Alex Powell into turn number 5, that never-ending left-hander. We're actually a bit later in the lap. My apologies, this is the last corner. I'm back on the start-finish straight. Watch out for Powell. Can he actually make a try into the opening corner?
He's not going to get there through turn 1, but he might have a look into turn 4. Vasilei's needing to pull clear here. Alex Powell in the Prema Kart Republic might get a chance to come up to second place. He launches and he gets there. Alex Powell, the Jamaican, in a second position, slides his way in, gets the kart stopped on the apex, travels back on the throttle, and Alex Powell in a second position as we say goodbye to Alex Marigliano, the Italian, who was so strong at the beginning of the weekend, up in the top 5 for the majority of the qualifying heats, and it's all fallen apart in the final. What a shame for Marigliano.
Yeah, what a shame for the Maranello team from Germany as well. David Trefilov in the KZ class didn't have the best of weekend either. Let's see what he can do later in the final, but another of the Maranello drivers in trouble, having to finish earlier this race.
Oh, this is getting good. Now that Alex Powell has dealt with Daniel Vasilei, he's going to try and catch up to Freddie Slater. We complete lap 10. We've got 8 to go. And there's Thomas Stoltjemanis, the Energy Course driver. Here's the move from Powell. Look at that. I mean, that is very, very close to a big collision. He slides in, lets the Romanian know, I am getting through. There's nothing you can do about it. But he's up to second, and now he senses the Mercedes F1 Junior genuinely feels, I could catch Freddie Slater. 6 days ago, Slater was the dominant force in Ginettas at Alton Park, and here he is in Zuera, and he's going to have the biggest pressure of his life. Alex Powell all over the back of him, trying to take him on. An F1 Junior versus the British Bulldog. Here we go.
And remember, this is Zuera 2021 all over again. This is the track where 2 years ago, Freddie Slater, your current leader, took the European crown in the OK Junior class back in the day. Alex Powell did a great job as well on this event before making their way to the OK class afterwards. It was for last season. But those two have been competing against each other in Zuera, but a different class.
Powell's got big straight line speed by comparison to Slater. He was 4 kilometers an hour faster at the line alone. So Powell will be going for the move if he gets the opportunity. Here it comes. Alex Powell takes the lead from Freddie Slater. And if he is going to have the same sort of speed that we saw from him in one lap qualifying, none of the other drivers will see which way the Jamaican went.
Fantastic move indeed. Alex Powell, your new leader. He's done that a couple of times. 3 wins in the qualifying races yesterday. And now the Prema Kart Republic driver is back in the lead. Will he be able to keep it for good until the end? Less than 7 laps until the checkered flag now. Freddie Slater still something to say in this race. The British driver very, very close indeed. But still, Lucas coming back to him. Daniel Vasile is going to give him a hard time, as well as Nakamura in the same wagon.
Yes, Stoltjemanis has fallen behind Nakamura Berta now, and here comes the other Prema Kart Republic, storming up to the Birolart twins. This is going to be a fabulous charge from Kia Nakamura Berta. 6 laps to go. Freddie Slater hanging on a second in front of Vasile. You've got to be careful. Running wide. Nakamura Berta. What a move on Vasile.
Wow.
Brilliant move from the Japanese driver, representing Britain in the European Championships, of course. But he storms through in a third, and now it's Prema Birolart. Prema Birolart.
And look out for the move from Jorge Pescador. In the meantime, on Thomas Stoltjemanis in turn number 5. Beautifully made by Pescador. Upper place in P5. And it doesn't smell quite good for Stoltjemanis, who's going defensive against Matteo Spergel behind with the CPB study card colors. As Daniel Machia has tumbled down a little bit. He lost momentum from P5, the Spanish driver from DPK. But it's not over yet. It's not over yet either for the lead and for the places of honor on the podium and just outside of it on the edge. But as for now, 7/10 of a second split. Alex Powell and Freddie Slater, Kia Nakamura Berta just behind. Let's see that move again from Alex Powell on Slater. 2 beautiful moves in a row. And now the Jamaican is in the lead. Nakamura Berta in the meantime going for it on the curb pretty much on the 305 of Daniel Vasile. Well done to them too. And watch out for the pace that the Kart Republic drivers have been able to carry on ever since the start of the weekend. Ever once they are in the lead, they are pretty much untouchable, both Powell and Nakamura Berta. And the Japanese driver is only wanting one thing, to make the connection with his fellow teammate from Kart Republic. But for that, he's going to have to get rid of Freddie Slater in P2.
This is a fabulous opportunity for all of the drivers in the top 4 to end this fabulous opening weekend on a high note. But Pescador and Stoltjemanis have not given up hope of trying to get to the podium. There's Powell in the lead, Slater in second, Nakamura Berta in third. And this is Slater versus Nakamura Berta yet again. We've had it a couple of times over the course of the weekend now. And here we are again in the final. Not the last time these two have duelled for a podium spot in a final in FIA Karting. Vasile still trying to keep the hopes alive for Romania. Pescador flying the flag for Spain in P5, and Thomas Stoltjemanis ruthless in his efficiency to try and get back to the podium once again. And that's a bit of defensive tactics now from Slater, holding up Nakamura Berta, which backs Pescador into fourth, who has got past Vasile. Pescador up to fourth position. The Romanian can't do a lot about it, but Jorge Pescador is one step from the podium on home soil.
Yeah, I like to see that. Jorge Pescador, we heard him in an interview. Watch out for any counter-attack in turn number 7, but Jorge Pescador is keeping himself in P4. The driver from the Cali kart is showing great pace and great determination. He's been around for a good number of years, so it's good to see that his experience and skills are still very much alive compared to the newcomers of the class. This is experience against a fresh face at the battle for the places of honor in KZ2. 1 full second now between Powell and Slater. You can see the Jamaican really pulling away from the rest of the field with gesturing from the mechanics on the sideline in the start-finish straight. Nakamura Berta, 4/10 of a second off. Freddie Slater. And we have Pescador, Vasile, Stoltjemanis still trying to catch up with the top 5 in front of him. The Energy Corsi driver under the pressure of Matteo Spiegel. Matteo Spiegel, the Frenchman from P7, who hasn't been able to find an open door quite yet. Is the strongest representative of the CPB sport, as it seems. But he still have a couple of laps with the checkered flag. We can feel it coming. Less than 2 laps after this one.
Here it comes. Nakamura Berta has been building up to this on Freddie Slater. He's got an opportunity. There's a yellow flag in the background, so somebody must have gone off in turn 7. But it looks as though it's been cleared pretty quickly. Oh no, it's even further back than that. It's one of the Birolots towards the tail end of the... It's Bertucca! Christian Bertucca! His topsy-turvy weekend finally ends in disaster. What a shame for Christian Bertucca. He will not make the podium. He will not even make the finish. So Christian Bertucca is out of this race. But now Jorge Pescador has come through on Nakamura Berta. The Spanish star has come up to the podium. And now he senses he could go for Freddie Slater. Slater's trying to back them up. Nakamura Berta is there in 4th position. And now we've got a queue building. Vasile, Spergel, Stoltjemanis and Mathia. Little bit of contact as Pescador is trying again to take on Slater. Here he goes! Pescador tries! It will not happen! Not if Freddie Slater's got anything to say about it. Freddie Slater holding on a second. Look at Stoltjemanis round the outside trying to drive around them all. Very brave from the Latvian, but it will not happen as Alex Powell is going to dominate up front.
Keep to the edge of your seat because this is the final of final. The last lap is coming our way. Alex Powell out of reach. Freddie Slater, Pescador on the podium in front of Nakamura Berta. Daniel Vasile, Spergel, who can come out on top. Last lap, ladies and gentlemen. 2nd place for Slater. Pescador, can he actually make it move once again? Warning flag for the Spanish driver, who went maybe a little bit too aggressive in his quest for the podium. Hopefully this won't have any consequence for the final result. But he's going to have to keep Nakamura Berta, sorry, just behind. Watch out for the pressure from Daniel Vasile. Can he make it still? One last maneuver in the last turn, maybe.
Slater trying to hang on to the championship lead by finishing 2nd in front of Pescador if he can, but Nakamura Berta and Vasile are definitely going to make it. Very difficult indeed to hold on to. Slater trying to back them up. Pescador doing his best. Look at Vasile round the outside of Nakamura Berta. They drift wide, and that's cost Vasile. Spergel's going to get through instead to pick up into 5th position, but up in front is going to be the man who has not failed to be on the podium in a European Championship race for 12 months. He hasn't lost a race since May last year in the European Championships, and Alex Powell wins in Zuera, the Jamaican sensation sends Spain absolutely ballistic. The Mercedes F1 Junior, who started this race all the way back in 5th on the grid. What a superstar! Alex Powell of Jamaica has done it. The Caribbean motorsport scene has another new superstar. Alex Powell has done what no other Caribbean has ever done. He's won in the OK category, and now he's won in gearbox. Take a bow. Alex Powell, you are the King of Spain.
History in the making in Zuera. Victory for Alex Powell under the fireworks of the Circuito Internacional here in Spain. Beautiful performance and a lot of smoke from those fireworks. Hopefully everybody got through the track in the decent lap in the out lap of the race, but while the final, it has been a domination until the end from Alex Powell, worked his way through from P5 up into P1, and from then on he was untouchable. 3.8 seconds on the line, taking advantage of the battles behind, of course. But what a sensational finish of a weekend for Alex Powell, from pole position to victory for his first ever weekend in KZ2.
This is going to be one heck of a podium. Alex Powell, Freddie Slater and Jorge Pescador. Kia Nakamura in fourth from Matthias Spergel and Daniel Vasile. Thomas Stolchemanis ahead of the wildcard Daniel Mathia, Jenny Savico, Jean Nomblo and Daniel Stel. Brandon Nilsson made up 13 places to beat P12. Alessio Piccini in front of Robert Kindervater, Samuele Leopardi and Thomas Imborg from Matteo Zanchi and Paolo Tonteri ahead of Valentino Fritsch and Gabin Loyer.
Then in P21, Matheus Morgato, he had a difficult weekend up so far, concluded in 21st position, last year's OK World Champion. Norto Andresson in 22nd place, making up 8 places in front of Jan Tonko, Maxim Rem, unfortunately for the German driver, who lost 8 places down. And then we have as well further back Andrea Dalle in P25, Tigran Bunatian follows in P26. Then we have Yannick Julius Bernard, Karol Pasievic, Robin Glerum, as well as David Lewinsky, Maximilian Paul, and Adrian Malero finishing all dead last. A couple of drivers missing in the classification, Michael Paparo, Sam Loyer, Alex Maragliano, as well as Christian Bertuca. It has been a very, very difficult weekend for him, with ups, the victories on track in the qualifying races, and downs as well, with a penalty picked up for a wrong start, too soon a getaway, as we'll get back to that in a minute. Let's see the replay, shall we, of this fantastic final of the KZ2 class here in Zuera. View of the start from behind and from the front. A good getaway, a great start from the right side of your picture from Freddie Slater from the outside in front of Daniel Vasile. The two teammates from Birelart who kept battling for the opening stages of this final. Slater was first on the exit of turn number 1 before Daniel Vasile took over in the lead. Here's the move in turn number 7 from Daniel Vasile, the Romanian driver. At the time, it was still a 1-2 for Birelart before things would be switched over in the course of the race. Freddie Slater responding once again to Daniel Vasile. The two came close to a contact. But further back, we could see the start of the recovery from Alex Powell with the yellow crash helmet in front of Thomas Stolchemanis. And it kept on going for Powell, sliding his way through past Daniel Vasile in beautiful fashion. Move after move for Alex Powell on his way to P1. A recovery that his teammate Kinda Kamarbuta was keen to emulate. And there's the decisive move for the win on Freddie Slater. As we said, Kinda Kamarbuta just behind, putting his effort as well up to what will be P4. Beautiful move on Daniel Vasile. And then in the later stages of the race, it was becoming very hectic through the midfield as well in the battle for the places of honor, as Jorge Pescador was one of the men of the day. The Spanish driver from Carly Kart Club made a fantastic recovery. Jorge Pescador was starting further back on the grid. He was P8 and managed his way through to P3 on home soil in front of his fans. And a great result for Jorge Pescador, as in the end, the latest battles were definitive. The classification of this KZ2 final under the fireworks of Zuera crossed the line. Alex Powell, and another history in the making. You can see him in the corner, Alex Powell, into the Parc Fermé, being congratulated by his opponents. Freddie Slater with him. What a race it has been. 3.8 seconds. Freddie Slater, of course, had other business in mind on the end of the race, fighting his way through, but going defensive as well against Jorge Pescador and Kinda Kamarbuta. But still, a very nice gesture from Freddie Slater, who admitted his defeat against Alex Powell, being congratulated by Mr. Paolo Bombaro from the LeConte Tire Company, the provider of the tires for the FIA Karting European and World Championship. Congratulations, Alex Powell from the Prema Racing Team, being run by the Kart Republic factory, of course, KR Motorsport. As you might be hearing in the background a couple of more of the fireworks to celebrate the victory of Alex Powell in the top 3 of the KZ2 class. Alex Powell, the young driver from the Mercedes Junior program, being watched over by Mr. Gwen Lagrue, responsible for the upbringing of some of the best drivers that we have now in Formula One. George Russell, Esteban Ocon have been some of the names that Mr. Lagrue and the Mercedes Junior program have been covering up, have been really taking to the highest level of motorsport. Alex Powell is one of the youngest members of the Mercedes Junior program, along with other names as well in the squad. And I'll be sure, and I'm sure that there will be more than one person happy back at the Mercedes factory and in the Mercedes IMG team for the achievements of Alex Powell. In front of Freddie Slater, what a fantastic result as well for the young driver from Birelart. Freddie Slater has been around for quite a while, of course, a couple of seasons, and a great performance, a world and an European title in the OK Junior class. Came close to make it 2 in a row in the OK class in the world title in Campillos against Kinderkammer Alberta. And this year, he decided, as well as Alex Powell, to make a step up to KZ2 with the Lissone factory of Birelart. And oh boy, what a start it has been for Freddie Slater, who picked up a couple of qualifying race victories. And you've seen him, a great start, a great battle at the front. And he would have thought that the hardest part had been done, Freddie Slater, but of course you couldn't cut off the recovery of that young man, Alex Powell, who gave everything in the end of the final to get past the British driver. Jorge Pescador is completing your podium of the KZ2 category in fantastic fashion. As we're going to have the podium ceremony in just a few moments with Jake Sanson down there to congratulate the top 3 drivers of the KZ2 class. Don't go anywhere, because just after the podium ceremony we'll be ready for the cherry on the cake, the cream of the cream, the KZ final, and 31 drivers ready for battle in just a few moments. As you can see, still 18 degrees Celsius on the Circuito Zuera. To give you a context, we'll be starting the presentation for the KZ final in less than 10 minutes at 2:40 local time. In a bit less than 10 minutes, we'll be ready for the presentation of the drivers, the national anthem of Spain, as well as the spectacle of cheerleaders of the Circuito Internacional Zuera. The time for Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, the president of the CIK-FIA, to give out the medals and wish good luck to the competitors of the KZ class. We go through the names in a moment, waiting for the podium ceremony of the KZ2 class to get started here live on FIAKarting.com, Motorsport TV, and on social media. For any information that you need in terms of classification, rule book, latest updates and reports, of course, head over to FIAKarting.com, as well as on Instagram and Facebook. We got you covered. And don't forget the official YouTube channel of the FIA Karting Championship. We're live as well on Motorsport TV. Once again, thank you very much for joining in. Welcome along if you just tune in wherever you are in the world. We're just right now enjoying a little bit of a break, just a few minutes to celebrate the top 2 drivers of the KZ2 class. And I hear that things are getting ready on the side of the podium, so we'll be ready in just a moment to get started.
What a fantastic KZ2 final we have had here in Zuera. It really has been sensational. And the 3 superstars of Zuera have come forward to get to the podium. This is going to be one heck of a party. In 3rd position for Spain, Jorge Pescador! What an amazing run from the Calicut star from Spain. He makes sure that the home fans are celebrating on the podium in style. In 2nd position for the United Kingdom, Freddie Slater! Not the first time he's been on the Zuera podium in an FIA karting meeting. He's back where he belongs once again, this time in KZ2. But your winner for Jamaica, Alex Powell! His first ever KZ2 race in FIA karting, and he emerges as the winner in the European Championship. Please welcome his team manager as well to the dais, Pasquale Polisi! And of course, Care the Bear is on the podium as well. So in deference to our driver on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for Jamaica. Congratulations to our drivers on the podium. What an amazing event here in Zuera. And now we will ask our dignitaries to come forward to present the trophy, starting with Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, who will come forward as the Deputy Mayor of the Villa of Zuera to give our trophy to our man in third position, representing Spain, Jorge Pescador! And now we ask our distinguished guest, Nacho Avino, the President of the Spanish Karting Commission, to come forward to present the trophy to our driver in second position. And he is also provisionally the championship leader at this point. Thank you, Senor Avino. We will now ask the trophy to be presented to our second place driver from the United Kingdom, Mr. Freddie Slater. And now we will ask Senor Carlos Gil, the Executive Director of the International Circuit of Zuera, to present the trophy to our winning driver in the KZ2 final. A fantastic performance from our man on the top step of the podium for Jamaica. Your winner, Alex Powell. And last but by no means least, we ask the CIK-FIA President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, to come forward to present the trophy to the winning team manager for Prema Racing on their debut in FIA Karting Gearbox. They walk away with the winner's trophy. Signor Pasquale Polisi. A hearty congratulations to our drivers on the rostrum in the KZ2 final here in Zuera. We will ask Jorge and Freddie to gather up onto the top step of the podium with Alex for a group picture. Try and make sure you're all in shot as well, gentlemen. But what a fantastic end to the weekend in KZ2. And of course, the championship battle in KZ2 continues next time out at Sarno at the foot of Mount Vesuvius in Italy. It's going to be a fantastic day. Ladies and gentlemen, Jorge Pescador, Freddie Slater, and your winner, Alex Powell. And so as our contenders celebrate in the Spanish sun, we will have a fantastic end to a thrilling encounter as the boys will get busy with the bubbly on the Spanish podium. Our dignitaries may want to escape at this point because this is going to be one heck of a celebration for the three happiest men.
We're of course running the machine at the colors of the Prema Motorsport in the Mercedes-AMG junior team. The junior program, of which Alex Powell has been part for 2 seasons now. Great performance for Alex Powell. And time for a selfie, certainly, from my good friend and co-commentator, Jake Sanson. And it's always time for a selfie. And why not? Now is the time, now is the occasion before we get back to business. But well done to Alex Powell. Freddie Slater at the interview already. And Jorge Pescador, the win under the fireworks in the sky of Zuera. Well, now we get back to the quiet before the storm. As you can see, the KZ drivers are already lined up onto the pre-grid with the carts, the machines on the trolleys. These are the fastest machines that you will ever find in the world of karting, with top speed of more than 150 km/h, up to 160 with the tow and good racing conditions. These are the top speeds that you can see in this year's on what is the longest track of the calendar, and certainly the longest in the world of karting, with 1.7 km of length and more than 12 corners to go through. Very flat, very long, and very large as well, the Circuito of Zuera. Not an easy task at all, especially with the wind that has been decreasing today, to certainly the relief of the drivers of the KZ class. Yesterday was a struggle, and they only had 3 qualifying races to go through before the Superheat of this morning. And in the KZ class, at this game, this is win or nothing, and there's no room for second chances in the KZ class. The opening qualifying heat was won by Senna van Wallenstein, the standard bearer of CPB Sport, the team running the colors of the Solicat factory in the KZ class. The second race was won by Danilo Albanese with Car Republic, one of the new names and the new faces stepping to the game of KZ and Gearbox. And Tom Loyer for the Tony Kart factory put his name into the charts for the third qualifying race. Tom Loyer, who made history by taking his first ever pole position in KZ. That was on Friday by the end of the day. And let's see if any of those names will be able to conclude this weekend on a high. One that has certainly been demonstrating his determination to get the European competition starting on a high is Senna van Wallstein, with one win for him, and is be able to put himself in pole position on the grid. Jeremy Iglesias will be by his side as the drivers, you can see, make their way onto the grid.
On Grand Prix weekend, the pinnacle is the Formula One race. On FIA Karting weekend, we have the KZ as our pinnacle. I've got very little vocal cords left to talk about it. It's been such an exciting weekend. But now we get the race of all races, the KZ final. This is where the gladiators and the warriors of the sport reside. And this is definitely going to be the roughest, toughest, most physical, most unbelievable race of the entire weekend. The European Championship has already kick-started in flamboyant fashion for our gladiators on the circuit. It gives us plenty of amazing laps to come. 18 laps of the circuit. and nearly 30 kilometers of great racing. What an astonishing final we are going to have as the competitors are gearing themselves up, ready for the challenge. On one side of the grid, Senna van Waalstein from the Netherlands. On the other side, Jeremy Iglesias. It's the pretender versus the legend. It's going to be a really exciting final race. And as you can see, the drivers are making their way to the starting grid for the drivers' presentation, where every single one of them will receive a finalist's medal, either from Carlos Gil or from the president of the CIK-FIA, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim. It's been a fabulous build-up to this incredible final race of the weekend. But here in Zuera, in northern Spain, we are going to find out who is going to take one step closer to becoming the next FIA Karting European Champion in KZ, and therefore to grace the Hall of Fame of Motorsport. This is such a phenomenal opportunity to see how the drivers will gear ourselves up. And these competitors have been absolutely sensational all the way throughout. Who knows who is going to come through as our victor? There are 31 drivers to attempt that feat, one of the busiest grids in KZ racing for many a year. And now we're going to get to see if there's going to be a Sodi on the top step or a CRG on the top step. However, it could also be a Kart Republic, or it could be a Tony Kart. We're gearing ourselves up ready for the national anthem of Spain.
Here we go. Thank you very much, Jake Sanson. Let's get ready for the party as the cheerleaders of the Circuito Internacional Zuera get into play, into the dancing spectacle that we had before. Thank you very much indeed for your presence here for this beautiful event under the sun of the desert of Aragon. In the meantime as well, we're going to proceed with the presentation of the drivers and the medals that will be given to the actors of the KZ class by Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, the FIA Karting president. As we get ourselves ready, everybody is gearing to get ready for the start of the second final of the afternoon. We have a slightly less busy grid. 31 drivers here present in the KZ class. There were 36 in the KZ2 category. It comes down to the fact that in the KZ2 class, we had 88 drivers, but only 31 in KZ. Why, you may ask? Well, because this is the top class in the world of karting. And at this game, only the best can make it and then succeed for the couple of years that have been involved into the sport. You're going to see that this grid of the KZ class is mixed of youth, new faces, newcomers from the KZ2 and the Duro Drive classes, as well as old wolves, to put it that way. Drivers of experience who have been around, sometimes in the case of Davide Fori, for a quarter of a century. Davide Fori, the multiple world champion of karting, and there's more than one world title winner on this grid. 6 of them are present here for the opener of the European Championship. Of course, we have Davide Fori, multiple world title and World Cup title back in the year 2000 and 2010, all the way back to last century. You might not be quite too happy me talking about his longevity into the sport, but this is, of course, out of respect and tribute to the long career of Davide Fori, an example to be followed by the youngsters wishing to climb to the ranks and to have an as prolific career as Davide Fori, who has won over the years pretty much everything there is to win in the gearbox category. Davide Fori, alongside, of course, other world and international title winners, the likes of Adrien Renaudin, of course, is with us. Victor Gustafsson, last year's world champion. Paolo Ippolito, winner of the European Championship 2 years ago. Pedro Hilbrand, who back in the day won everything in 2016, the European, the World and the International Super Cup of KZ2 back in the day. Tom Leyer, last year's winner of the European Championship, but in the KZ2 class is one of those making the step to this year's KZ category. Emilian Denner, another winner. Lonato 2019 of the International Super Cup KZ2. And of course, we would not be complete without mentioning Jeremy Iglesias that you're going to see in a minute. The Frenchman, world champion of karting 3 years ago in Lonato 2020. What a great it is. And a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for the cheerleaders here in Zuera for the beautiful spectacle to get ourselves cheered up and ready to go racing.
I had, of course, forgotten that the Golden Cheer team were going to grace us with another performance. So a massive mucho gracias to Golden Cheer. And now, of course, we will observe the presentation from the drivers. They all have their competitors' medals. So now we will observe and witness the spectacle and the grandeur of the national anthem of Spain. So now we get ourselves ready for the FIA Karting European Championship final in the KZ gearbox category. This is the pinnacle of the sport, the biggest competition these drivers will ever have faced. And there are some amazing megastars on the starting grid. It's going to be quite an incredible spectacle. It includes world champions, European champions, World Cup winners, International Super Cup winners, amazing champions in their domestic and national and regional leagues, and even the third woman to compete in a KZ final in history. What an amazing spectacle in the KZ final 2023 here in Zuera. The front row of the grid, Senna van Walstein of the Netherlands and Jeremy Iglesias of France. This is going to be one heck of a showdown between the pretender and the legend.
Jeremy Iglesias on the outside of the front row. Not an easy task for the Frenchman, but we've seen in the KZ2 final just before that Freddie Slater had no trouble at all getting ahead of Daniel Vasile before things didn't go his way in the end. Round number 2, we'll see Danilo Albanese, one of the new faces in the KZ class. Not a newcomer in the world of karting, but he switched teams and now is driving for Car Republic Chetadel Racing in the KZ class with Emilian Denner by his side. Emilian Denner, one of the big names in the gearbox top category with CPB Sport for the past few years, ever since he came to the fore with his International Super Cup KZ2 title in Lonato 2019.
There is Senna van Walstein, the Dutchman, gearing himself up ready for one of the toughest races of his career so far. He expects greatness. He's pushing himself very hard indeed in 2023. He gave himself a little allowance in 2022. He said, well, it was my first year in the KZ category. It's very hard to come in as a new boy and win it all. But Senna van Walstein certainly gave us an amazing performance in the European Championship. His victory, of course, in Italy was such an incredible display. His first in KZ on only his second attempt. And now he goes for his second win in his third European Championship race. There is Jeremy Iglesias, the world champion in 2020 in the Formula K chassis when he took the title in Italy 3 years ago. What an opportunity it is for him to go on a march. And he told Guillaume Alvarez earlier in the weekend, I'm here to win the European and World Championship in the same season. Expect him to deliver the maximum attack.
One dream had been achieved in Lonato, but the second one might be actually looming on the corner at the end of the season. The European title indeed for Jeremy Iglesias. Danilo Albanese from Car Republic, Kaya Motorsport, SRL, one of the new names and faces, as we said, competing at the highest level for the first time.
Yeah, Danilo Albanese stepping up, of course, from KZ2 last year into the KZ operation this year. And he's had so many near misses in KZ2. He's always been right there on the verge of greatness, hasn't he, Danilo Albanese? So many good chances. You think back to Adria 2021. You think back to his performances last year. He was just outside the top 10 in the European Championships in KZ2 last year. So for him to step up to KZ this year, it's not just a statement of intent. It's a mission perfectly feasible as far as he's concerned. He's got to showcase what he is here to do in the Kart Republic factory awning. This is the biggest test of his life. And it's a real loyalty as well from Dino Chiesa and the boys at Kart Republic to see what he could have achieved in KZ2 and to give him the keys to the castle. There's Emilion Denner, such a prolific front runner in KZ nowadays. Everything you give him, he seems to find a way to bring it to the front end of the field. He's particularly strong-willed. He's got a really positive attitude, but he's also got a fighter's nature. He really wants to make this a superb transition into a prolific KZ career. He sees himself very much as the next Baz Lammers, and I have a feeling he's got an opportunity to do it.
Tom Leurier, on your picture, first ever pole sitter in his career in the KZ class at the beginning of the weekend. Winner in the last qualifying race yesterday is going to be starting from the third row on the grid on the inside from P5. Tom Leurier, of course, last year's European champion in the KZ2 class, like Danilo Albanese, is stepping up for this year's European and World Championship. Tom Leurier, a beautiful story for the young Frenchman who was kind enough to join us in the couch for the interviews that we had yesterday during the breaks. You might be able to see that back on the live stream on Saturday during the qualifying heats. Tom Leurier went through a very difficult period in his life after a very, very big accident that kept him out of the racetracks for a good number of months, more than 1 year ago. But he made his return, and oh boy, the return was absolutely fantastic as he nailed last year's European Championship, and he showed of what wood is made of for this year.
Nobody has come anywhere near as close to winning an FIA karting title at gearbox level without actually winning one than Matteo Vigano. Of course, he won the International Super Cup a couple of years back, but he's come so close so many times in KZ, Matteo Vigano. He said to me, this year, if I win the championship, that's it. I'm walking away. I'm done. I'm not going through this aggravation any more times than I have to. But every time he comes away disappointed, he always seems to rebuild himself. He seems to regroup. He finds himself another inner strength to come back and do it all over again. Matteo Vigano has karting running through his veins, and this man definitely has a shot now. Coming in 6th on the grid after what he said has been a very uncompetitive weekend. To be 6th on the grid in the final, that says to me there's something not quite revealed to us yet about what he could do. I can genuinely see Matteo Vigano coming all the way back to the podium today. It could happen.
I still remember to this day one of the best achievements in the career of Matteo Vigano back in Genk 2018. Our first race together, my dear.
Yes, it was.
GMMC. Good memory for the three of us, certainly. Lorenzo Camplese, the former team of Matteo Vigano, Tony Kart, but Lorenzo Camplese, his fellow countryman, will be starting from row number 4, 7th on the grid. Another one that has been around for quite a while and never to cut him off.
I'm delighted to see what Lorenzo Camplese has been able to achieve in recent years. Remember in Sarno in 2019 when he was part of the little SC Competizione squad, managed to come up to 2nd position in the European Championship final in Sarno. That, I think, was perfectly enough evidence to demonstrate to Signor Rabazzi, this is another new Italian star that can make the Tony Kart name surge forward. And it's wonderful to see that Signor Rabazzi has repaid that trust and given him the best possible tools to do his work. There is Simone Perego, the championship manager for FIA Karting, a competitor and lover of karting through and through. Whenever he gets a chance, he's always back behind the wheel in his local and regional domestic championships, just as much as he is a championship manager here in FIA Karting. There's nothing this man doesn't want to see done at this level, and he is absolutely the heartbeat of this championship.
Yeah, I'll tell you, if I was Simone, I'm sure it must be burning inside to see all those machines on the grid. If he had a chance, I'm sure he would join them to go for the final.
Of course
as he
would.
told me, when he's not racing, he's really boiling from the inside. But busy as he is running the championship for the CIK, it's understandable.
Now, this man was always the man who came so close and never quite managed to reach the pinnacle, Riccardo Longhi, until he sealed, finally, his European Championship title for the Birol squad. And now, of course, he is not only a driver, but also the manager of the OK operation as well. When he's not racing in KZ, he looks after the OK and OK Junior operations as well, Riccardo Longhi. Again, very much the lifeblood of the Birol racing team these days, particularly in their direct drive counterpart squad. And Riccardo Longhi definitely has an opportunity here as well. From 8th on the grid on the outside of the 4th row, there's a good chance for him to move the way forward. The 3-minute board goes up, and look at that. Once again, they are inseparable. Senna van Waalstein and Emilian Denner. They embrace on what promises to be a fair fight between those two. Between everybody else, we'll have to see. I wonder how much tension there was after the race in the Superheat earlier on between Tom Loyer and Senna van Waalstein when they came together mid-race. It'll be interesting to see how that now transfers into the final. Will Tom Loyer concede anything, or will Senna van Waalstein turn up the dial to 11? As
Jeremy Iglesias told us in the post-Superheat interview this morning, if you went out with us, actually he saw what happened with Tom Loyer and the battle for the lead, as well as Tom Loyer was going aggressive, defending his position halfway through the start lane on the way to turn number 3, as you do. But this time around, it didn't go according to plan for Tom Loyer, who found himself in a bit of trouble. But let's see what's going to happen. The opening laps have always been quite hectic ever since the start of the weekend, even though not as hectic as in some of the qualifying races. You can feel that the drivers are being more cautious in the opening stages of the Superheat and the final that we had just before, because this is the last chance to get a good result, you know, so you don't want to mess things up by going off track or being too aggressive while you have actually 18 laps, 6 more than the qualifying races that we had. The Birelard factory, the Red Army, as we call it, around the karting circles. And we have the 26 of Pedro Hilbrand and Giuseppe Palomba, both on the inside of the line. They will be starting 11th and 13th respectively. Another good story, of course, for Pedro Hilbrand. It's like he's been here forever, Pedro Hilbrand, climbing the ranks of karting ever since one of his big years back in 2016, where he won pretty much all the titles they were to win in both the gearbox and the dairy draft classes. And ever since, he's been fighting at the forefront. We were wearing all colors. He used to be driving for CRG, and then today is a part of the Lissonnet factory squad. Many drivers, of course, with Birelard. Riccardo Longhi, that we just saw, is one of them. Good story, of course, Riccardo Longhi, who spent a couple of years in the KZ2 class as well. Always the sort of driver that we knew had a fantastic speed in his hands, but always came close to getting the results that his speed, his talent deserved before finally breaking the circle of bad luck and getting the European title 2 years ago. And with that title, as you said, came another title of team manager at Birelard that really opened the opportunities and seems to have relieved him of a form of pressure. Nigel Edwards, our race director, waiting patiently for the drivers to get on the way with the warm-up laps, is the one responsible for unleashing the beast. And it's such a hard job as well to get things right, but Nigel Edwards does it every time.
For the thousands of people watching around the world, this is the pinnacle of karting, the KZ final in the European Championship. This is the race that everybody who has ever sat in a kart wants to win. You can take the racing driver out of karting, but you can't take karting out of the racing driver. Senna van Waalstein and Jeremy Iglesias from Danilo Albanese and Emilian Denner. Tom Loyer and Matteo Vigano from Lorenzo Complesi and Riccardo Longhi. Stan Pex and Paolo Ippolito. Pedro Hilbrand and Victor Gustafsson. Giuseppe Palomba, Cristina Boulin, Lorenzo Travasanuto and Arthur Cabanel.
Row number 9, we'll see Francesco Salenta and Yori Pex, Johan Sogel and Adria Renaudin, Felix Arnold and Louis Speck, Teresa Babichkova and Luigi Coluccio, Marek Scriven, as well as Davide Forre, Patrice Proust, Nico Lemberg, Paolo Bezosne, Jean Louillet and David Trefilov. Yori Pex, another world champion on the grid, starting further back from 18, but Yori Pex, a brilliant career so far for the driver of the SP Motorsport team, the team of his brother Stan. And the Pex brothers, Stan will be starting from 9 on the grid. The Pex brothers have been certainly one of the best and more interesting stories in the karting world for the past few seasons. Very close to the Verstappen family, with whom they've been competing back in the day. But Yori Pex, of course, that accumulated a couple of accolades in the European and world titles. Chris Lambrecht, the head of race control, to give you a proper insight of the work behind the scene, as we have our team at RGMMC and FIA Karting busy on the sideline to make sure that all the races are being run in order. We have a lot of cameras. I've been told up to 30 cameras, if I'm not mistaken, surrounding the entire track of Zuera to help with a lot of screens as well to be looking at for the race control, to help actually the officials be more vigilant and spot any aggressive move, any infringement of the starting procedure, for example. And those cameras and officials have been quite efficient. They've had a lot of work to do throughout the weekend, to be honest, because of a lot of missing starts or jumping starts, shall we say, from some of the drivers, especially the KZ2 class. So we'll get to see that thanks to the replays brought to you by RGMMC and all of our colleagues busy behind the scenes to provide you with the live coverage. Available to you once again, as always, on FIAKarting.com, Motorsport TV. And thank you once again, indeed, for joining us. This is, as we said many times, the top karting drivers in the world, the cherry on the cake. And we're lucky enough to witness this greatness at play for 18 laps. The opening round of the European Championship is about to begin.
So many of the world's best racing drivers could only hope to dream of a chance to get to a KZ final. Doesn't matter what you race, whether you've been in touring cars, in GT, in rallying, in world sports cars, in IndyCar, in Formula One. This is the absolute pinnacle for any young racing driver working their way up the ladder. Max Verstappen won the World Championship in this category in 2013. The man just behind him was a young lad called Charles Leclerc. Both of them have gone on to be household names in the sport forever and ever and ever, amen. But these guys could have matched them anytime you asked them to. These are the warriors of the sport. In KZ karting, you are the best of the best of the best. It is as simple as that. These are the warriors of the sport. They want to go on to massive things. They want to build a legacy. And in FIA karting, it's a legacy that lasts a lifetime. So many great drivers have progressed through to the world of motorsport on the likes of Indianapolis, Monaco, or Le Mans from this class. Others have stayed here to build something quite spectacular. You never get the same feeling as you do in a KZ. A couple of millimeters off the ground, 0 to 60 in the same time as the top hypercars around the world, and reaching a top speed on this circuit of pushing 160 kilometers an hour. It doesn't get more physical, it doesn't get more demanding, and I'll have a sneaky suspicion there are a few Formula One drivers, past and present, that are tuning in right now, because as I said before, you can take the racing driver out of karting, but you can't take karting out of the racing driver. Senna van Walstein gearing up from pole. Jeremy Iglesias alongside him on the front row of the grid. The best 31 drivers in the world of karting have come here to battle for the KZ final. And now it's time to see which driver is going to be on the top step of the podium. The lights will come on when they go out racing in Zuera in the KZ final. Let's do it! A terrible start from Van Walstein. Iglesias gets a good one, so does Denner, and so too does the fast starting Pex. Making his way further forward up a few places in the middle of the field. It's Vigano that comes through to third position in front of Senna van Walstein, and there's problems further back. Couple of drivers making contact. Vigano trying to short out Senna van Walstein, but Denner has gone into second behind Iglesias. It's a French 1-2 with Vigano in third, and a bit of a run wide from Tom Loyer as he tries to not lose too many places. He's having to go for it on the first lap and take quite a few chances.
Yeah, we do have everybody on board. No incident whatsoever. Tom Loyer, as you said, running into a bit of a trouble, going wide at some point and losing momentum as a result. He doubled down the order up to a P6, I think, the Frenchman with Tony Card. A great start for Matteo Vigano up into P3. Let's see what he can do, but Senna van Walstein, what on earth happened for the Dutchman, who was from pole on the inside line, messed it out completely. Quite an unusual sight for the Dutchman, as he's been so performant ever since the start of the weekend. Lap 1 completed. Jeremy Iglesias, Emilian Denner, Matteo Vigano, your top 3. Watch out for the battle as we are the number 8 of Tony Albanese going for the move, not quite yet, on Senna van Walstein. The Car Republic in Chetolo Racing blue livery is being himself more pressure, putting more pressure on Senna van Walstein. That was the first call, certainly the first of many to come. Watch out on the way to turn number 5. There's still drivers trying to put themselves on the right racing line. Where is Riccardo Longhi up into P7 in front of Gustafsson.
And Ippolito just lost out to Giuseppe Palomba as well. So a bit of a tricky opening couple of laps for the Kart Republic pair. Danilo Albanese currently in 5th position. Ippolito down to P10 behind Palomba. So this is a very tricky start for the squad. But how about this from Matteo Vigano? Suddenly he feels like he's got a kart underneath him that he can really challenge with. Over the course of the entire weekend, Birilat has dominated in KZ2, but hasn't won a thing in KZ. Maybe in the final, the Leclerc by Lennox driver, Matteo Vigano, is going to bring his Charles Leclerc chassis up to the top spot. He currently runs behind Denner in the Sodi kart, who runs behind Iglesias in the CRG. Any one of these three men could win, and if they all falter, then Senna van Waalstein is still there waiting in the wings. Vigano making his bid in a second position. On the inside comes Matteo Vigano, and he's now at a P2.
Yeah, good shot from Matteo Vigano up to P2, and Denner was smart on that one. He saw that maybe his door was a little bit more, but there he goes, fighting back, not quite yet. There was no more room and no door open whatsoever for Denner to counter-attack, but you could feel that Denner felt it coming in turn number 5. Not an easy one, actually. That's a bend where you go very, very flat, lift of the throttle, tiny lift, and then back into gear. So not quite easy to pull any maneuver off. Matteo Vigano did it, and Denner actually was smart enough not to lose too much momentum, because otherwise it could have been wide open for Senna van Waalstein and Daniel Albanese. He kept himself just right at the back of Matteo Vigano, and it all goes to the way of Jeremy Iglesias in the meantime.
Big wobble from Palomba. Palomba nearly pulled a Christian Bertucca there in turn 1. He just managed to catch the kart, and now Senna takes on Denner, but it's clumsy, and Denner goes down 2 places as Senna van Waalstein gets into 3rd, and Daniel Albanese goes with him. Meanwhile, there are yellow flags. We've got 3 karts off the road at turn 2, and again Albanese sorts it out. That's Tom Loyer. Loyer has gone, and so too have Christian Abulin and the 21 of Teresa Babachkova, the 3rd woman in history ever to race in KZ1. She's out, along with Christian Abulin and Tom Loyer. Devastating.
Yeah, devastating turn of event, and end of a race, premature, unfortunately, for those 3 drivers. Tom Loyer, your pole sitter in the KZ class and qualifying race winner for the first time at this stage. Teresa Babachkova, as you said, one of the first few ladies for the past few years to compete at this highest level. Only the 3rd woman in the history since 2014 to compete in KZ, and her run has come to a premature end. That's quite unfortunate, but let's praise, of course, her effort to tackle this challenge for the first time of her career after competing last year in W Series as well in gearbox in direct drive classes. Hopefully, this won't be the last time that we see Teresa Babachkova competing at this level, as she will be certainly back in Sano, fingers crossed. But let's keep our focus up, because the battle for the places of honors and the lead is only getting started. Still just 0.4 of a second between Iglesias and Matteo Vigano. Iglesias thought for a moment that maybe he was able to pull a bit of a gap for himself and have a bit of a breather, but Matteo Vigano seems to have picked up the pace since the start of the weekend, and this is his best chance so far to go for the win.
So there are the 3 drivers sat on the sidelines now. Tom Loyer, Christian Abulin and Teresa Babachkova. Unfortunately, all 3 drivers out of the race, but Jeremy Iglesias half a second in front of Matteo Vigano. Iglesias just looks so cool, so composed out front in the CRG. He looks like he's absolutely in his element as the rest of the field plays catch up. Right at the back of the field there, the number 16, that is Nico Lemberg, the Finn, the last remaining runner in the field, 27th position. We've now lost Francesco Salenta as well. I didn't see what happened to the Paralin driver, but I think Francesco Salenta has had to... there he is. So Francesco Salenta pulling off into the pit lane. So Francesco Salenta is out, along with Christian Abulin, Tom Loyer and Teresa Babachkova. 4 retirements so far, leaving just 27 remaining. But Iglesias doing his best on Vigano. Now let's have a look again. This is the incident on the first couple of laps. This is where we saw how close it really got between Vigano and Senna van Waalstein. And then Vigano making his move eventually to get into 2nd position. Very nicely handled. Vigano really looking strong. Look how close Palomba came to losing it completely in the background. That would have been very scary. Now, how close did Senna van Waalstein come, not only to taking his teammate out, but he also almost took out Matteo Vigano in 2nd.
Yeah, that was a brave move from Senna van Waalstein. He came close to...
Oh, that's another one off. That is Stan Pex.
Yes,
no, that's Jorrit Pex. That's Jorrit Pex, the former world champion. So Jorrit Pex is out of the race.
Quite unfortunate. Jori, not Stan, still with us in this race in P10. Jorrit Pex, the 2-time European champion in the KZ class, world champion back in the day as well. Quite unfortunate end of a race as well for Jorrit Pex, who was running in P17 at the moment. Not quite the pace that he wished he had for this opener of the European Championship.
See, that's how difficult it is. Even if you're a former champion like Davide Fore or Jorrit Pex or Pedro Hilbrand, it doesn't mean you're going to run in the top 5. You really have to work for it, and you have to get everything right just so. Tom Loyer has an investigation flag under his belt, so maybe they feel he was the reason that Christian Abulin and Teresa Babachkova joined him on the sidelines. That would be very unfortunate for Tom Loyer, but even in his first KZ weekend, it hasn't gone according to plan, but I think everybody now knows just what he's capable of in KZ. He can make a really good play of this in future weekends, and as I think I saw in the background, Arthur Carbonell getting his move on Davide Fore, and Pedro Hilbrand is under investigation as well.
Yeah, quite surprising as well for Pedro Hilbrand, who is running in P11 at the moment, the Spaniard. He's going to try to catch up as well with the rest of the top 10. Talking about Tom Loyer, this is the second time in a row after the Superheat that the Frenchman is directly involved in a bit of a tussle on track. As let's see if he's going to be picked up by a penalty afterwards. It doesn't matter at this stage since he's no longer with us in this race.
Well, Victor Gustafsson has lost a couple of places on this lap, down behind Stan Pex, down behind Pedro Hilbrand as well. In fact, he's gone all the way to 14th, 15th place. In fact, where is Gustafsson? I don't think he's come through yet.
Oh my God, yeah, he's about to retire.
Where is the world champion? Victor Gustafsson has fallen from the fray as Albanese is trying to get his moves on Emilian Denner.
I think he just got back to the pit lane, Victor Gustafsson. I might have heard the engine.
Yeah, I think Victor Gustafsson in the CRG, the reigning world champion, has had to pull into the pits to retire. As now Paolo Ippolito is under investigation for something during the race. We don't know what it is. We're only just reaching half distance now. But I think Victor Gustafsson is now also out of the race. We've lost some big names from this one. Tom Loyer, European KZ2 champion. We've lost Jorrit Pex, former European and world champion. Victor Gustafsson, there he is. The reigning world champion is now out of this race as well.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. That's a lot of names actually in the course of half of the final. 7 names that we've lost so far pretty much into this KZ final in Zuera, still led by Jeremy Iglesias very much so. 1.1 seconds from Matteo Vigano.
Yeah, his teammate is doing a great job. Longhi slides in up the inside of Albanese. They bang wheels and Lorenzo Camplese picks up the pace on both of them. Thanks, boys. You just trip over each other. I'll get into 5th position. Thank you very much.
Then another good move, sliding his way through into the inside for P6, Riccardo Longhi. Watch out for Daniele Albanese. Maybe he's going to try to give his money back into the turn number 7. It's not happening quite yet. Big gaps still into the top 3 with Senna van Wallenstein 1.4 seconds down on Matteo Vigano. So the top 3 right now, we've got ourselves into the middle of that race, halfway through this final in Zuera. At the point where the drivers keep observing each other, try to find that bit of extra pace, that bit of extra energy in themselves to reverse the course of that final. But let's see into the later stages. That might change or not. On the inside, Albanese. Oh, that was a close call. He just came very near to lose it on the entry.
And now Ippolito is going to try for him. Now that's the difference between Riccardo Longhi and Danilo Albanese. Albanese is the new boy to KZ. And Riccardo Longhi is a European champion. That was authority from Longhi. Come on, is that all you've got? Are you really going to try and throw it up the inside at turn 1? You've got to know you're going to do that and make it work. Longhi gets a warning flag. Maybe not necessarily for that move, but certainly Riccardo Longhi running the gauntlet himself. As now Paolo Ippolito closes up on Danilo Albanese once again. They battle away for supremacy. The 2 Kart Republic drivers now 7th and 8th. It's not been the easiest of races for Dino Chiesa's KZ boys, even though they've taken the win in KZ2 with Alex Powell. In KZ, there's going to have to be a little bit more improvement to come.
Let's not forget that Car Republic has been pushing a lot in the direct drive classes as well. This is the main core of the business ever since the creation of the brand by Dino Chiesa back in 2018. So direct drive is really the kingdom of Car Republic, even though they've been pushing a lot in the gearbox for the past few years.
This is where he got his warning flag. They thought that was just a little bit too far over the apron to go through on Danilo Albanese, I guess. And so Lorenzo Camplese gets through. But now watch this. Danilo Albanese has the speed, he has the ability, he has the tenacity. But is he going to get through? No, not when Riccardo Longhi just holds it. There was a little bit 6 of one, half a dozen of the other there. That was Longhi shutting the door, but also Albanese bowing out.
Yeah, there was that bit of a move with the wheel from Danilo Albanese when he realized that, uh-oh, I might not have actually enough room to get through. Riccardo, well done, well played, mate. But that's going to be for next one, the next lap certainly. But at this point, Longhi and Albanese are split still by 0.3 of a second, so there's still room, there's still time for Albanese to try his bid again. As for Matteo Vigano, he lost momentum, 1.8 seconds on Jeremy Iglesias, and look who might take advantage of the situation. Senna, Van Wallenstein and Emilian Denner. Those two realizing that they cannot have a go at the victory anymore. They've decided certainly to play along and to you know, play it smart as well as teammates pushing each other quite a lot, and Matteo Vigano is the new target.
Well, the new point scoring system means that Senna van Waalstein, even if he stays in third, will still be leading the European Championship as we head to Sarno, because he'll have 72 points compared to Jeremy Iglesias on 70. And I think we've lost Adrien Renaudin. Adrien Renaudin has gone off at turn 1, I do believe. So the DR chassis has not come around again. And Adrien Renaudin departs his kart. There's the litter of karts up at turn 2. But at turn 1, Adrien Renaudin in the Danilo Rossi chassis has come off the road, and now he's walking back to the pits in bitter disappointment. So Adrien Renaudin, the former International Super Cup winner, there he is in the background, you can just make him out. So Adrien Renaudin now retiring from the race as he walks back to pit road.
And just before the eyes of the FIA Karting president, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, just spotted him on the inside of turn number 1. Pretty good spot, actually, to have a proper viewing. There you can see him on the right.
Oh, and
Mr.
he's not
Akbar.
the only one. He's not the only one. We've also lost the Maranello of Felix Arnold on the last lap. So Felix Arnold has come on. There he is. So Felix Arnold went off there in sector 2. So I'm afraid the German in the Maranello has come off as well. They are absolutely littering the circuit now.
Yeah, definitely not the best of weekend for the Maranello squad. Felix Arnold, another of the drivers after the KZ2 final, joining the list of retired drivers from this final. Lap number 14 out of 18. We're getting near the conclusion.
We've got a real battle on for second place now. Vigano is being hustled here by Senna and Denner. The Sodi Kart boys are pushing Matteo Vigano here. Senna van Waalstein and Emilion Denner are working hard to close up on Matteo Vigano. But for Jeremy Iglesias up front, this couldn't be happening to a nicer, harder working Frenchman. He is doing such a great job with CRG. It's taken him a long time to get back to the glory days of Paulo Di Conto and Pedro Hilbrand. And here we are again. Jeremy Iglesias has his eyes on the prize.
And if I'm not mistaken, this could be the first victory of Jeremy Iglesias ever since his world title back in Monaco in 2020.
It certainly could well be. So, oh, mistake from Van Waalstein. He drifted a little bit too far there into turn 7, and that's dropped him back into the clutches of Emilion Denner, his teammate, rather than on the attack of Matteo Vigano. But the fastest man on track is Jeremy Iglesias. He is the only driver to lap the circuit in under 58 seconds, and he's got 3 laps to go as he comes through over the line this time by. 3 to go then for Jeremy Iglesias on the CRG. There's Vigano. And then the 2 Sodis of Senna van Waalstein and Emilion Denner. Lorenzo Camplesi doing a fine job in P5. And then Longhi ahead of Albanese, Pex, Travazanuto, Ippolito, Hilbrand, Palomba, Scrivan, Carbonell and Trefilov from the back has worked his way into the points.
I know one driver must feel frustrated, certainly, beneath the helmet. Emilion Denner, he sees that Senna van Waalstein, his teammate, is still ahead, blocking all the doors at every bend, and he sees as well Matteo Vigano pulling away and unable to really catch up with the Italian driver. He's not going to have a lot of time on his hands to try to decrease that gap and reverse the position, all to the advantage of Vigano, of course, who is more than happy to see the teammates battling along, at least not quite able to follow the pace. And that would be one of the best results of the past few years for Matteo Vigano at this stage.
It certainly will. But look, Emilion Denner and Senna van Waalstein in 3rd and 4th. They have a great relationship, these two. They're going to work very hard. Now, what's Pedro Hilbrand gesticulating to Paolo Ippolito for? He is not happy in the slightest. He does not like what is going on between him and Paolo Ippolito at all. And they've been battling for quite some laps now. So Pedro Hilbrand, I have a feeling there could be a long conversation after the race about this. But Hilbrand and Ippolito definitely not seeing eye to eye. But, you know, to pick up between the Sodi Kart boys, for Senna van Waalstein and for Emilion Denner, they've got such a great relationship, these two. They are now part of the DNA of the Sodi Kart operation. They're not going to mess this up over pride of one person getting to the podium and another. Van Waalstein is going to be the championship leader, even if it stays like this, by finishing in 3rd. He'll notice that. He'll have the confidence. Emilion Denner is going to be 3rd in the championship if it stays like this. So they still have a great chance heading to Sarno. They're not going to do anything silly. They want to make sure there's still a good atmosphere in the Sodi Kart awning. So he's not going to push the escape button or the eject button to try and make that move when there's a doubt as to whether it'll work. Matteo Vigano, though, 2nd position. For me, he is already starting to put on a fantastic display here to storm his way back. I did say, didn't I, about Matteo Vigano from 6th on the grid. I just had a feeling that a podium might come the Italian's way. And he's now looking at 2nd as Jeremy Iglesias looks over his shoulder and he sees that Vigano is 2 seconds back, and that is absolute joy. But no, look, Lorenzo Camplese has suddenly caught up to the Saudis. There might be a change of the guard here, as Denner's got into third. Denner's got past Senna van Marstein, has he? He's managed to get through into position. Yes. No, he's got him back again. So Denner did get through on Van Marstein, but Van Marstein's got him back. So now Denner is falling into the clutches of Camplese. They did battle for the final spot on the podium after all then. But here comes the man who will get the job done for CRG. Jeremy Iglesias wins in Zuera. Oh my goodness. Incroyable. Formidable. Jeremy Iglesias gives CRG their first win of 2023. After watching the sister chassis of Calicar come through to third for Jorge Pescador in the KZ2 final, Jeremy Iglesias had a thought to himself, you know what, I can do better. And he has. He's won the first European final of 2023, and it is a very popular result, not just with CRG, not just back home in France, but with his fellow racers. He hasn't got a single enemy on this grid, and Jeremy Iglesias is the hero of Zuera.
Bravo, Jeremy Iglesias in French. Félicitations, une superbe victoire for the Frenchman. Jeremy Iglesias, the first of this season, is first at this level in KZ ever since Lonato 2020. And the achievement of his life dream of becoming a world champion. His second dream is to add to this one a European crown. And this is one way to start doing it. Victory at the opener of the European Championship.
Jeremy Iglesias from Matteo Vigano and Senna van Marstein. Lorenzo Camplese ahead of Emilion Denner, Riccardo Longhi, Danilo Albanese, Stan Pex, Lorenzo Travisanuto and Pedro Hilbrand in the top 10. From Paolo Ippolito, Giuseppe Palomba, Marek Skriven, David Trevelov and Artur Carbonell. And already there is a huge cheer as the victors come through. What an amazing result. 16th for Luis Speck, Davide Fore ahead of Johan Sugel, Luigi Coluccio, Paolo Bezenzane, Jean Lier, Matt Deplus and Nico Lemberg. There were no other finishers in this incredibly dramatic race. And of course, not only is it a win for Jeremy Iglesias for France, but he does have a lot of roots here. This is a big moment for the CRG squad and a big moment for Jeremy Iglesias in his second home.
We lost a lot of drivers in this final. Teresa Babichkova, Tom Loyer, Christian Habelin, Francesco Salenta, Yuri Pex, Victor Gustafsson, Felix Arnold and Adrien Renaudin didn't make it to the checkered flag, unfortunately for them. But well done to Jeremy Iglesias. Matteo Vigano, as Jake, you will be making your way in just a moment to the podium ceremony. Stay with us, of course, because we're going to be celebrating the top 3 drivers of the KZ class in just a moment, as we're live from the Parc Fermé to try to witness the cheers and the celebrations from the top 3 drivers. In the meantime, here's a replay of this KZ final. A great start from the CRG driver, Jeremy Iglesias, putting himself in the front. A disastrous start from Senna van Marstein, who was from pole position. From another angle for the back end of the grid, a couple of drivers struggling to get going into that 18-lap final. I can still hear the cheering of the CRG guys in my ears. You're about to see them in a moment. Just after the replays, you can see them in the corner celebrating Jeremy Iglesias as he had a fantastic performance. As behind him, it was a busy time for Matteo Vigano, who made his way through up to P2 from the CPB's Sodi carts. A bit of a struggle between Senna van Marstein and Emilian Denner, got taken away by Danilo Albanese before making his way back. The Frenchman on his way. Denner has been struggling all weekend, as in the meantime Riccardo Longhi went a bit aggressive, picked up an investigation flag in the process before Danilo Albanese responded to his fellow countrymen. He tried, at least on the way to turn number 1, a bit of a wave from Danilo Albanese, as Riccardo Longhi was there to shut the door and say to him, no, not today. As the battle kept on going, we had Pedro Hilbrand as well in a strong contention against Paolo Ippolito, last year's European champion. But in the end, there was no one strong enough to fight against Jeremy Iglesias and to contest the victory of the Frenchman, punching the air with joy. What an achievement that is for CRG and Jeremy Iglesias. And as Jake Sanson put it, he has no enemy whatsoever in the paddock. The Frenchman has been here for so many years, performing at his best. World champion of 2020. And what a start that is for his first victory since that big achievement. First victory in the European Championship ever since. And what a way to start his campaign for CRG. Jeremy Iglesias, the man to beat in Zuera. Another one who has been absolutely impeccable into this final, Matteo Vigano. The Italian was one of the best performers in last year's European Championship, finished vice champion of Europe a couple of seasons after winning the International Supercup KZ2 back in Genk in 2018. Matteo Vigano finished on the second step of the podium twice in last year's European Championship. And once again, this is where he finished in Zuera for the opener of a new season that will see him steadily battle his way through. Congratulated Jeremy Iglesias by Jordan Lennox-Lamb, the founder and team manager of the Leclerc by Lennox Racing, the team of Matteo Vigano in P2. Senna van Wallstein saved the third place, the poleman for CPB Solicart at the end of what has been a crazy race. Senna van Wallstein P3, Emilian Dennis teammate P5, with Lorenzo Camplese in the middle in P4. Riccardo Longhi, Danilo Albanese stand-picked, Lorenzo Travisanuto and Pedro Hilbrand running up the top 10. A good result for Lorenzo Travisanuto, climbing 6 places up to P9. That's certainly the best he could do. Travisanuto, the former two-time world champion in the OK class and former International Supercup KZ2 winner, who didn't have the best of time this weekend in Spain. As he explained to us on his way to the qualifying races, he struggled to put his finger on the best setup, was all the time on the limit of the performance of his machine at Parolin. But in the end, he certainly put the finger on the right setup, tuning in to the right time and making up 6 places up to 9. So let's see what Lorenzo Travisanuto can do in the next race, round 2, and already the final of this year's European Championship that will be in Sarno at the foot of Mount Vesuvius in Italy in July. Jeremy Iglesias discussing with some of the drivers in the field, being congratulated by the man behind the LeConte Tires brand, Mr. Paolo Bombara. And of course, a bit of water, well deserved for Jeremy Iglesias. When it comes to the classification of the European Championship, Senna van Wallstein is leading the pack, 72 points at the end of the weekend in front of Jeremy Iglesias. And what a picture that is. You can see the Frenchman reflecting of what just happened, of what he just achieved. If you were with us this morning, we had a chance to talk to him after the Superheat where he finished a strong second. And Jeremy Iglesias was very much confident about his possibility and about the prospect of a final where he could really perform at his best, saying that he's not here to make the numbers, he's here for the win. And for what is his third season already with the CRG Racing team, third of the World Championship last year in Le Mans. Could 2023 be the year of great achievements for the Orange Army, for the Frenchmen, as they have been working tirelessly behind the scene for quite a few years now. CRG went through a couple of seasons without major titles before getting back into pace with hiring strong names. We had Alex Orlando, of course, we had Victor Gustafsson, Jeremy Iglesias were some of the drivers joining CRG for the past few seasons, and Arthur Carbonell being one of them as well. Arthur Carbonell, the Frenchman, who made it to P15 into this final, the one that won the World Cup of KZ2 last year in Le Mans, part of the CRG team for the second season in a row. It's always nice to catch up with those couple of nice moments of talks between the drivers. Senna van Wallstein on the left side of your picture, debriefing the race with Jeremy Iglesias. I do wonder if they speak either English or Italian, both multilingual for Jeremy Iglesias, very much from these parts. He's French, but his heart is certainly Italian, ever since he's been competing at the highest level of karting. And if you're not familiar with the karting circles, well, you'll be certainly surprised to see that many drivers at a very young age get to learn all sorts of languages, of course their own, but also English, Italian, French, and this is what makes the karting paddock such a nice place to be around, because you get to talk in all languages to all the drivers from all ages, and it gives you a good window through the world of motorsport, gathering together from all 4 corners of the planet. We had 120 drivers from 24 different nations starting this opening round of the European Championship 2023. in KZ2 and KZ. And in the end, only 36 in KZ2 and 31 in KZ were able to make it to the final. So now it's about time to join Jake Sanson and the top 3 drivers of the KZ class to conclude this weekend on a high with celebrations.
Let's have a party then on the podium here at Karting Zuera. What an amazing end to the weekend in the FIA Karting European Championship KZ Final 2023. In third position, representing the Netherlands, Senna van Walstein. The Sodi Kart driver emerges from the weekend with a narrow 2-point championship lead heading to the final round at Sarno in Italy. In second position, representing Italy, Matteo Vigano. What a fight back from the Lennox driver. A fabulous performance from him as he graces the podium once more. But your race winner for France, Jérémy Iglesias. The 2020 world champion is back on the top step, and he puts CRG there too. For CRG, please welcome to the podium, Andrea Turisco. CRG ends 2022 with a world title. They begin 2023 with a European victory. And now, in deference to our man on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for France. There we are, ladies and gentlemen, a fabulous podium ceremony here in Zuera. Now we ask our dignitaries to come forward to present the trophies, starting with Carlos Gil, the Executive Director of the International Circuito Zuera, to present the trophy to our driver in third position for the Netherlands, Senna van Walstein. And now we invite our guest, Jadel of the Circuito Internacional Zuera, the Public Relations Manager, to come forward to present the trophy to our driver in second position. A fabulous performance from our competitors. But the man who comes through in second place for Italy, Matteo Vigano. And now we ask the CIK-FIA President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, to come forward to present the trophy to our winning driver in the first round of the European Championship in the KZ category. The former world champion is back on top for France, Jérémy Iglesias. And last but by no means least, we will ask the President of the Spanish Karting Commission, Senor Nacho Avignon, to come forward to present the trophy to the winning team manager for CRG, starting 2023 as they ended 2022 with the win, Andrea Turisco. Congratulations to our drivers and our winning team manager here in Zuera. Sarno cannot come quickly enough. It's going to be a very exciting battle for the European Championship title. We will invite Matteo and Senna to join the top step of the podium with Jérémy. And we will get a fabulous final picture here in Zuera with the KZ3. Our dignitaries to the front as well. What a fantastic way to bow out of Spain in the FIA Karting European Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, Senna van Walstein, Matteo Vigano, and your race winner, Jérémy Iglesias. There is only one more task to perform for our drivers who will celebrate in fantastic fashion here at Zuera. It has been a fantastic end to a terrific race weekend as Golden Cheer once again come forward to celebrate with the drivers on the rostrum. And we've got time to tell you that, of course, very soon indeed, the FIA karting season will continue in the direct drive categories on the 3rd weekend of May in Třinec at the Steel Ring in the Czech Republic. And that'll be the next race in the FIA karting calendar. But of course, the gearbox drivers have got to wait until the summer when in Sarno, at the foot of Mount Vesuvius, the European Championship will conclude. But now the drivers on the podium, Senna van Waalstein, Matteo Vigano, and Jeremy Iglesias get to celebrate in fine style. It's fiesta time in Spain as the boys get busy with the fizzy. Come on, boys. They thought it was going to be reserved then, but no, they will celebrate in style. Excellent stuff. Congratulations to our 3 men on the rostrum, Senna van Waalstein, Matteo Vigano and Jeremy Iglesias. It's a win for CRG in KZ, and we'll wrap up proceedings here in Zuera. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much indeed, and we'll see you all next time in the FIA Karting Championships. It's been a great weekend here in Zuera in the KZ and KZ2 FIA Karting European Championship presented by mondokart.com. From my colleague Guillaume Alvarez, from myself, Jake Sanson, and from everybody here, from RGMMC, from the Karting Zuera circuit, and from the FIA Karting Championship. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. We'll see you in the Steel Ring at Třinec in the Czech Republic as the OK and OK Junior contests continue. We'll see the Gearbox boys once again at Sarno in Italy. For now, it's goodbye.